Just one moment, Madam Chairman. We are live.
All right. Thank you, John. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, committee. It's a glorious day in Cheyenne. And we welcome everybody to Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources. And if staff would please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senator Guru,
Excused.
Senator Landon. Senator Salzar. Senator Schuler.
Here.
Representative Banks.
Here.
Representative Haroldson, excuse me.
Present.
Representative Williams.
Here.
Representative Jennings. Representative Knapp.
Here.
Representative Newsom. Representative Sweeney.
Here.
Representative Winter.
Here.
Co-chairwoman Ellis.
Present.
Co-chairwoman Flitner.
Present.
All present with one excused.
Thank you, Carla. Appreciate it. And Senator Guru is in appropriations as we speak. And so we want to welcome our newest member, Representative Williams. Thank you so much. And if you're so inclined, would you feel like just saying hello to the committee and just reminding us again where you're from and how you've managed to find yourself right here at this moment in time? Put you on the spot right off the bat.
Thank you. I'm from Niobrara County, near the Weston County line. Those two counties are Hull and House District 2. Been ranching there for 20 years, a bit more. I was drafted. I thank you in advance for your patience and for all the education that I'm about to receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that. Yeah, welcome. All right, then we'll get started in our first order of business. Director Nesbitt, if you and your crew would like to join us and update us on ownership and management of the listed properties.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'll have here this morning with me, I've got, after Deputy Director Nayland talks on this first topic, then there'll be I'll have some other on my team come up and help with some of the other items. I don't have a lot of new information to update you on regarding Glendo, North Glendo or Miracle Mile, other than to say we have articulated our interest in having those federal lands that are associated with both of those properties transferred to the state of Wyoming. And, you know, the next step for us, when I briefed you last time, was for us to actually put that in writing. We've done that. And now we're just kind of waiting for it to go through the federal process. They've told us that, you know, they can't really give us a good timeline. They said it's slow. It actually involves both the Bureau of Reclamation and the BLM. And so we'll keep on top of it and keep our conversation going. I will tell you that they are motivated on the Bureau of Reclamation side, though, because they're not interested in continuing to have to provide the support for recreational opportunity at those properties. They don't feel like they're manned well enough, and they don't feel like they've got the resources to do it. So there is some, like I said, some motivation on their end. I've heard you loud and clear, Madam Chair, about your interest in us being proceeding cautiously and making sure that at the end of the day, we're not left with something that we otherwise didn't intend to have. And so you can be rest assured that we will proceed in that manner. And really that's the case for both of those properties. They both have a little bit different process because part of the North Glendo resides almost entirely with the Bureau of Reclamation, which means they can on their end do the paperwork and do the transfer. But on the Miracle Mile, it will require the BLM because they're withdrawal lands that were BLM that went to Bureau of Reclamation, and now it kind of has to go back the the other direction. Bureau of Land Management has to, at the end of the day, approve that transfer to the state. So with that, Madam Chair, I guess I'm glad to provide more background. I don't know how much we've talked about this at 2 other committee meetings, so I didn't come intending to do that, but I'll be glad to do it
Okay.
if that's what or the committee's pleasure is.
Committee questions for Director Nesvik on any of those properties, where they stand? I'm curious, when did you begin conversations with Burek and the BLM on these properties? Was it was it the present administration or previous?
This began their initial ask was, my understanding, over 10 years ago. And they have continued and continued and continued, and we've always pushed back. And it was this last springtime when I went back to them and said, if you're really interested, the way that we'll agree to proceed is if you're willing to transfer the land over to the state of Wyoming. And that they agreed to do that. They agreed to pursue that. So that's when it's all kind of changed. And in the past, that was never really on the table. It was just, these are our lands. We want you to go and put your resources into and manage them, but you're going to still have to come back and do the mother may I thing every time you want to make a change or do something. And I'm just not interested in that. And if the fee title doesn't change, we're not interested. I don't want to be in an agreement like that on something where we're going to put a lot of resources into it with the federal government.
Right. So fee title was your idea. So that's a new wrinkle. And that just began with this present administration then.
Yes, this administration was in place when we initiated this discussion, but it just barely.
Okay. All right. Committee questions? Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director, can you remind me what that property looks like and how much property we are talking about at the Miracle Mile?
Yeah, so Miracle Mile has, we're talking about a couple thousand acres. And it's really just it's those withdrawal lands that run right down that stretch that I know you're familiar with on both sides that butt right up to the south end of Pathfinder Reservoir. And, but yeah, it's in that neighborhood of 2,000 acres. Over on the other side with North Glendo, it's a piece of ground when you come out of if you're driving down the interstate and before you get to Glendo, there's a kind of a large area that sometimes is flooded north of the North Canyon, if you're familiar at all. And it's that piece of ground right there. It's probably 800 acres there to 1,000 that we use right now. We plant pheasants there. And so people use it that way. And then it's really popular for cat fishermen during certain times of the year. A little bit of waterfowl hunting.
And Director, do you guys stock Miracle Mile or is that all? What's the production on that? How is that done?
I am going to ask Chief Osterlund to come talk about that because he will do a much better job than I.
Okay. Welcome, Chief. And will you speak right into your mic? I have the hardest time hearing you.
Mhm.
I can figure it out here. Good morning, committee. Alan Osterlund, Chief of Fisheries. In response to your question, Representative, we do stock it. Anybody that's fished there, it's large cobble with those extreme flushing flows that we get through there from releases from the dam. It removes all the spawning gravel. So it's primarily a stock fishery and it's considered a blue water fishery.
Mhm.
It's extremely productive, grows big fish, and really popular.
And do you stock all species that you can catch there?
We stock rainbows, some browns, cutthroat trout, and now we have some kokanee salmon that are running up there in the fall to spawn that we stocked in Pathfinder.
And visitation since just in the last couple of years, I know it's always been a destination spot, but what's the visitation been like just in the last couple of years with COVID?
It's Representative Flittner, it's increased. I would, and don't quote me on this, but I think primarily in past years, it's a lot of a non-resident fishery. So we get about 70% that people that come up there are non-residents, but it is very popular for residents as well. And within the last 3-4 years, it's gotten a lot of interest from outfitters. So they bring a lot of clients from out of state and fish there. as well. So
Right. Senator Landon, do you fish at Miracle Mile? Representative Sweeney?
Madam Chairman, I'm actually usually floating around on Alcova Reservoir quite a little bit.
Mhm.
But every now and then I'll get up there to Miracle Mile. Sometimes you kind of have to elbow your way in,
Mhm.
but it is a pretty amazing stretch. And
Mhm.
in fact, that whole North Platte drainage is pretty amazing, isn't it? And I'm kind of sorry we kind of ran out of time, Madam Chairman, during the interim to really get a good look at fisheries production, because I wanted to catch back up on that front. And Sunday, there was a great story about the air planning that's going on over in Utah. I don't know if anybody saw that program, but my dad was involved with that over in the western part of the state. And fisheries production, Chief, has probably been impacted quite a bit as more and more fishermen get out there. It seems we're still having to produce some fish, aren't we?
Senator Landon, yeah, we've been kind of stable in our production because of capacity. Can only grow so many fish in the 10 hatcheries and rear stations that we have. So we prioritize. We have to plan 2 years in advance because we have to grow with fish. So like in COVID years, when we get increase in activity and people out there fishing, we kind of get behind the 8 ball, but we're catching up again and
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, probably for Director. When they convey that property over the Bureau of Rec, could you talk a little bit about how that works? I mean, I assume they don't have to open it up for bid like they would with other land, but I'm not sure exactly how the process works. Could you talk about that a little bit? Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator Schuler, absolutely. So the way we understand the process is there is no open up for bid. I'm sure there is an opportunity for the public to comment, because it would require a Federal Register notice, and anytime they do a Federal Register notice, it requires public comment. But it's just a long process where and the Bureau of Rec has done the first step where they've said, yes, we wish to withdraw. We don't want to have authority over these lands anymore. And then it just goes into motion with a lot of federal bureaucracy that I don't understand all of. They've told me, they've been straight up and said this takes a while. But so I don't know a lot of details other than it's been done before where the BLM has transferred land to another governmental entity. I'm quite sure it comes with strings, and I'm okay with that as long as we can maintain it, manage it for public access and wildlife. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, we can't go turn around and sell it, or we can't develop it. We would never have that interest anyway on these pieces of ground, other than to do, normal maintenance and routine kind of things to provide access to the public. So, but, I know there's strings coming with it, and we'll be very careful to evaluate those and make sure that, again, we're not getting ourselves into something that we didn't intend to.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Appreciate it.
Bet.
Okay. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Director Nesbitt, I just wanted to thank you for writing this memo. I think it'll be helpful, if this process does move as slow as it could, that future legislators can see kind of the history. So thank you. I do think this is really helpful. But is there anything that we can do, our committee, as far as writing a letter to Bureau of Rec or anything of that sort that would be helpful to your efforts?
Madam Chair, I think right now, Madam Co-Chair, I think that right now, I'm not aware of how, a legislative committee letter would have an effect on their process. I think that's what I think that's where we have or where the challenge is going to be, is with the process. So I can't think of anything now. Let Deputy Director Nalen talk about anything that I know there's legislative involvement in some of the projects they've got going on. And certainly we're interested in Gray Rocks as well. I didn't talk about that because I know they are. And there is obviously legislative involvement there, but on these two particular pieces of property, I don't really see a need.
Well, we'll hope for the best. Director Nyland or Deputy Director, you have anything to add or?
Madam Chair, thank you. At the last meeting, you asked for us to put together a list of all the sites that we have potentially, considered the things that are either folks have approached us about or things that we have interest in. That's the list. That's the statewide criteria update list. And I'd be happy to discuss any of those items on there if you like, or just go through them one by one, including Gray Rocks and North Glenda.
If
and,
you wouldn't
Miracle
mind,
Mile.
let's just go down the list, and
Sure.
especially for the Representative Williams, who's new and.
Sure.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, the only active site criteria process that we have happening right now is the at Sunrise. It's the first thing on your list, the Sutton parcel. Our evaluation team met, I believe the day before your last meeting in Du Bois to go out there. Representative Haroldson joined the team out at the site, and they are preparing a report to talk about whether or not we want to pursue actually protecting that site as a state historic site. We have to go through our site criteria process, our legislatively mandated site criteria process. The first step in doing that is for us to study it internally with members of the community. We've done that. Once we get our report prepared, then we'll present that report to Director Westby. If he signs off on moving forward, we'll take it to the Spacer Commission, the State Parks and Cultural Resources Commission. And at that point, if they approve, then we would come back to this committee, perhaps as an interim topic for next year, to talk about protecting that site permanently. And that's the process we would go through for any of these sites, including if we had any role in managing Miracle Mile or North Glenda.
Okay.
None of the other sites on here are in active site criteria process. We have received a letter from the folks at Basin Electric talking about managing Gray Rocks. The gentleman from the power plant came and testified again in Du Bois at the last meeting, talked a little bit about that. It is our next site to approach. After we finish with the Sunrise site, we're going to start working on Gray Rocks. Alkali Reservoir, we received a letter from the Bureau of Land Management to potentially manage recreation at a future reservoir site there. I believe that site has gone through most of its environmental clearances and processes. I don't know where they are in actually constructing the reservoir, but that is something that's in the distant future, as far as I can tell. Miracle Mile and North Glenda, Director Nesvik touched on. The other items on here, Beartooth Ranch, Spanish Diggings, Cheyenne Depot, and the Jackson Teton Park are just things that people in one way or another have approached us about and said, hey, this would make a cool park or historic site. Are you interested at all in getting involved? There has not been any official request for any of those. And we're doing nothing at this point. So those are on here kind of just to let you know that they're out there and that maybe they'll come to us someday. The one exception to that is Pilot Hill. Prior to the COVID outbreak, we were heavily involved with the folks in Laramie on the Pilot Hill project. Our staff, our non-motorized trail staff, worked with them to help develop the trails that they've laid out. Our planning staff and I were involved in talking about what it might look like if we were to manage part of that property. Part of it is a protected area that Game and Fish, I believe, will continue to manage, but part of it is going to be nothing but bike trails, walking trails, things like that. And they were talking to us about potentially managing it. We slammed the brakes when COVID hit because we didn't know what to expect. We didn't really know what we didn't know at that point. And so we stopped. We asked them that, we said, we need to back off. We appreciate the opportunity, but we need to stop for now. Now that we've had time to regroup and think about what the future of state parks looks like, we've actively engaged with folks at Pilot Hill again and have started conversations about what it might look like if we were to manage out of Kirk Gowdy State Park, if we were to manage out of Kirk Gowdy, the non-motorized trails portion of that property. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of these.
Okay. Committee? Yes, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and got a question on the Spanish diggings. That's in my district, and my phone has been very excited about this one. And I'm in the process right now. I'll send an email to everyone in the group, but Laura McCormick contacted me this morning, and also afterwards I contacted Brad Reese, landowners that would have to be, they would have to grant access, and they're struggling with that. They're really struggling with that. They're even to the point where Terry Stanstrom, when he entered into that property, has been on private property that he didn't have permission on. And then I think kind of he's burning his bridges, to be completely honest with you. So any of these, like the Spanish diggings, or any of these very landlocked type archaeological type sites, I think we need to be incredibly careful, because at the end of the day, private property rights trump everything. And if we don't allow those to trump, I mean, we need to realize that we're on rarefied ground in a way, and that wasn't the case here. And it's to the point, I'll be honest with you, as of right now, that this has been burnt before it ever got started. It's a no, it's a heck no, and it's another no, if you know what I mean. And I won't say it here. But those are the things I heard. They're very upset with how it's gone so far. So I know this is very much in the beginning stages, but at this point in time, you do not have landowner buy-in at all, to the point where Ms. McCormick is 100% against it. And as I talked to Brad Reese, he's like, you know what, he goes, I live with my neighbors, and I need to respect their opinions. And he says, and I'll be honest with you, he says, where I started in good faith, he goes, I got to see that kind of ruined. And so, you know, I'll send her email to the group here, but I just think we need to be very careful as the state when we enter into these situations, the Sutton project, any of these. We have the interest of these private landowners at stake. The other thing is this: it's well protected right now because it's locked in the middle of nowhere. And so I think we need to also take that in mind. If our goal is to protect these sites, there's a natural way of protecting them directly through the landowners that lock them in. And so, like I said, the other thing that I would ask is, in the future, if there's something in my district, even though, I mean, I know they had a conversation this last Saturday about that, please let me know so I can be there, because I can help you guys and be an asset to you guys, and asset to these landowners, and that way I don't have to find out about it on my way to a meeting. And that would be very beneficial to me.
So Deputy Director, just so that I can kind of maybe tie a question to that. So when in looking at this memo, it says a letter kicking off the process is expected in the next few weeks. So explain to us what the letter would be and who that would go to, if you would.
Sure, Madam Chairman. Thank you. So just to be super clear, the items that we are not engaged in, we put on this list just to inform you that somebody out there has contacted us in some way about them. We received a phone call from someone about Spanish diggings, said that they anticipated a letter coming to us soon to talk about the site criteria process. That's it. We have had no other engagement. We have done nothing to move forward with this project. In fact, that is the full extent of my knowledge of the project, is that. So the reason we didn't reach out and contact you at this point, Representative Harrelson, is that there was really nothing to talk about from our point of view, because nothing had happened. Nothing had happened yet. We certainly would contact you if we move past the, hey, what if stage. Madam Chairman, when the letter comes into us, we talk to Director Westby and say, is this something that you'd like us to move forward with and examine? Once we get that sign off, then we give it to our planning team, and our planning section leads the process. Process involves studying the site, looking at costs to run a site, looking at potential benefits to state parks. Does it fill a gap? Is there something that we don't have in our system that this fixes? And once we go through that process, then internally, then we reach out and do a lot of public engagement. We've done the sunrise part where we go out to the site and do a tour of the site and have a committee score the site. If it comes back favorably, which it hasn't yet, but if it does come back favorably, then we would have some public meetings to talk about, okay, is this something that the public is interested in doing? You know, we're not trying to ram anything through on anyone. We want to make sure that the public is involved with what we're doing.
So Deputy Director, if it's a landlocked property like the case is with Spanish diggings and surrounded by private property, I would suspect your first step would be to contact the landowners. And then if they were not amenable to public access, I would think it would stop at that point. Is that correct?
Madam Chairman, if we received any type of official request to start the site criteria process, that's absolutely what we would do.
Right. So it could start and stop right then and there with the private property owners.
Madam Chairman, I assume so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Committee, further questions? Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Deputy Director. I am having a hard time finding the site criterion online. I'm looking at the statute and it said those are developed by rule. And I haven't had enough coffee yet. Can you point me to where I need to be looking?
Madam Chairman, Senator Ellis, I don't know that it is online. I will find it for you and get a copy for everyone on the committee.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This question goes to both agencies. I read here about the North Glendo area, and there are some problems with trespass livestock. And so I wondered if there is grazing use allowed or permitted for these areas at all, and if not, how big of a problem is this trespass grazing? And also, would there be any thought or effort to allow livestock grazing in these areas? Livestock can really be a good tool to manage the resource there. And so if you could expand on that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Madam Chair, Representative Winter. So there has been, my understanding is that there have been some trespass grazing in the past with neighboring landowners on this piece of property. I do know that the Bureau of Reclamation has allowed grazing and farming on this particular piece of ground at different times. I don't know the current status now. Our position on if we were to acquire these lands, certainly one of the first things would be, we manage several 100,000 acres of land around the state and work with adjacent landowners all the time. And so our approach would be to work with neighbors and figure out what we could do if there were problems with fences, or kind of find the root cause of whatever was causing the trespass grazing first. But secondly, as far as would we allow grazing, we currently do on several of our properties when it's in the benefit of the purpose for the particular piece of property. So I'll give you an example that's near and dear to my heart. The Wick Wildlife Habitat Management Area on the north end of the Snowy Range. We're using cattle now to treat that, because when those cattle go in and remove the old decadent nasty forage, it provides some really good winter elk habitat and then spring elk habitat. The purpose of that area is to provide wintering elk habitat. So that's a great use of livestock to be able to help work together for a common goal. This particular piece of property, if there were livestock grazing allowed, it would have to be focused in certain portions of the property, because a lot of it would be managed to provide cover for birds. And so, livestock grazing has to be timed right so that you don't remove all the cover before you want to go in there and plant birds. So be something down the road, but certainly, Game and Fish is not opposed to considering and in a lot of cases implementing cattle as a way to treat wildlife habitat.
Thank you, Director.
Madam Chair
Yes, sir.
and Representative Winter, the state parks we do also have grazing leases on some of our properties, so it's not something that we're opposed to either. And Deputy Director Glenn just let me know that there's a project starting right now at North Glendo to repair and rebuild some of those fences to take care of some of the problem.
So yes, Representative Winter, follow up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. My thought is that it would be good for this committee and probably other legislators as well to have a tour of some of these areas and So I would ask that you think about that and maybe come up with some way where we could actually take a look at these country and see what we're talking about.
Oh, the road trips and
Yeah,
Our future.
Madam Chair, if that's the pleasure of the committee, we will make it happen.
little time. That's always our biggest problem.
Madam Chair
Yes, sir.
and Representative Winter, I also wanted to note, just to kind of tie back to our earlier discussion, that discussion of things like grazing leases is part of that site criteria process, part of what we go through when we analyze every site. Are there ways that we can work with local folks who have been using the land or are interested in using the land? Are ways that we can create additional revenue sources, things like that. So definitely something that's on our mind all the time.
Thank you. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Deputy Director. Thank you very much for describing or explaining what's going on there, and I appreciate that. If you do get a letter, would you please just throw an email out to myself, Senator Brian Boner, as well as Representative Williams, because it kind of all is in our area. And that way we can walk through that and because right now, like I said, we're dealing with some hot landowners, and I understand that just where they're at and would love to be able to work with you guys through that process.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Representative Harrelson, absolutely. We would keep you in the loop from the very beginning, assuming the process ever gets started.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Appreciate it. All right, we'll move on to our 9 a.m. topic. Director Nesvik. Let's start with Story Fish Hatchery House demolition update.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I'm going to have Chief Osterlin just provide you a quick overview on the Story Hatchery. I will tell you that I saw something the other day. I don't know if it was on an agenda or something about demolition of the Story Fish Hatchery. And I immediately called Chief Osterlin and said, is there something that you need to tell me? This is not something that was on my radar. And anyway, I think there was just some different communication there, and he'll fill you in on what's going on there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Committee. So the Story Fish Hatchery House, that's the oldest house on the facility. It was built 1900, 1905. About 10 years ago, we started to identify some significant structural problems with it, and a house that age, we did have a person living in it, was going to require quite a bit of money to refurbish it. So we made the decision to replace that house. Right behind there, we put in another house, and that was finished in June of last year. And now the superintendent's living in that house. So we've had the older house slated for demolition and contracted now for demolition. It's supposed to be done by, I think, December at the end of the year. The contract says they have not started on it as of yet because of manpower issues with the contractor.
Mhm.
So that's where we're at with that.
Okay. Questions, committee? Okay, very good. All right, Dell Creek Elk Feed Ground update.
So, Madam Chair, recently there was litigation with regards to three of our permits on U.S. Forest Service lands to conduct feeding operations. Those were the Alkali Feed Ground, the Dell Creek Feed Ground, and the Forest Park Feed Ground. As this committee has been briefed multiple times before, we really rely on 8 different feed grounds. We rely on the Forest Service to issue us permits to conduct. Really, it's not even, they don't even permit us to conduct feeding operations. They permit us to construct facilities that we need to in order to feed elk on those properties. So what happens though is they got to go through a lot of process in NEPA to issue longer term permits. And so they're all kind of on a cycle for when they come up for renewal. Both of those particular feed grounds, Dell Creek and Forest Park, were up for renewal. We began the process to go through and do the NEPA work, EISs and those kind of things that needed to be done at both of those feed grounds. We were communicating with the Forest Service on a regular basis. At the end of the day, when this got litigated, what Judge Friedenthal declared in her judgment was that there was no record that the department had ever made a formal request to get the Del Creek feed ground permit renewed. There was a record of us requesting it for the Forest Park feed ground. Those things were happening at the same time. I don't know that we completely have ferreted out where the process broke down, but the judge was right. There was no record anywhere that she could use in order to establish that had happened. So she ruled that basically that permit was expired and that we needed to do something else. So anyway, that was, we immediately got with the Forest Service. The Forest Service was very willing to work with us on a temporary permit basis and basically do exactly the same thing that we've already done at the other feed ground at Forest Park. That is going through, they've got to do public comment. It's having public comment, I believe it's this week, and then they're going to issue a temporary permit for us to be able to feed this coming feeding season here before November 15th, which is when we need it. The longer story here though is that we're working through that longer term permit renewal and the associated NEPA that goes along with it. And so we're going to probably be in a situation where we're going to have to get 2 or 3 of these short-term permits for those 2 feed grounds. The alkali feed ground there had already been a completely separate piece of litigation that had put us in a position there where we kind of went on basically litigation said we weren't going to be able to use it for longer than 5 years. We hadn't fed there for many, many years. It was kind of an emergency feeding operation when we did it there. There's 2 feed grounds above it and the National Elk Refuge below it. And so that, from our perspective was not a significant issue. We weren't using it anyway. So really what this all comes down to is just that one Del Creek feed ground. We're working through the bureaucracy to get another permit issued there, and we'll see where things go down the road with regards to any future litigation, and then also with the NEPA process. Simultaneous to that, separate from all the litigation and all of that government work, there's, we're engaged with multiple stakeholder groups trying to draft and craft a long-term strategy and plan for how the department manages feed grounds. And that process we're in phase 2 of that. We'll be convening all of those stakeholder groups beginning in November and engaged in over a year-long process to really do a deep dive and a thorough review of what are the options for the long term. And that hasn't been done. So this will be the first time we've ever done that.
Thank you, Director. And we probably should have had somebody from the AG's office here to ask this question, but can you give us an update on litigation and where it stands? And especially with regard to Del Creek, did that open the window for additional litigation from those groups?
Yeah, I think that it's probably likely that I'm not going to predict if it's likely or not. Certainly litigants could sue based on the Forest Service's decision to issue a temporary permit.
Right. Whether
they do or not, I don't know. I think that, the only thing that they could do with Forest Park is appeal it, and they wouldn't want to appeal it because it's tied to the other one where they got a decision in their view that was favorable. So I don't see that as necessarily a viable option for the litigants, but suffice it to say, every time there's a renewal, there's going to be litigation. The same group, they file litigation time after time on these feed ground permit renewals.
Okay, thank you. Committee questions? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, well then let's move on to our first bill draft, which is hard to draw big game and wild bison license allocations. And I'll remind the committee, this draft came out of work by your governor's wildlife task force group. And just for your information, Representative Williams, this was a task force that Governor Gordon convened, and it's will be in work for over a year, trying to kick around some of the issues that seem to be the most difficult to find solutions to, the issues that come repeatedly in front of the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission and also the Wyoming legislature. And so from that work, this was a draft that that committee or that task force asked to be drafted and to be taken up by this legislative committee. And so what it does is change the allocations for these top 5 species so that 90% of those licenses go to Wyoming residents. And we'll walk through the bill unless somebody has any questions off the bat. Director Nesbitt, if you would kindly walk us through it.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Thank you. And I will, I just want to be very transparent with the committee. You know, I sit on that wildlife task force as well. I'm a voting member there. I voted for this recommendation to go to the legislature. My job here today, when I sit in front of you, is to present information and then to provide, where it's appropriate, my opinion on how a particular piece of legislation may impact the department or may affect it positively or negatively. And certainly my job is not to lobby for this bill here today, but I wanted you to know that I sit on that group. It was unanimous. Everybody that sits on the group voted for it. But irregardless, in any of these future recommendations that come before you, I will make sure you are very clear of what my actions were with regards to the task force. Chief Phipps is going to walk through the bill here. I'll just say up front, we have the gist of what the task force recommended was to change the allocation of resident versus non-resident licenses for what they have now termed as the Big 5: moose, mountain goat, bighorn sheep, wild bison, and grizzly bear, to change those allocations from their current, and they vary anywhere from 20 to 25%, to change those allocations to be straight 90% resident, 10% non-resident. The second part of the recommendation was to also make the being able to acquire those licenses for hunting the male of the species once in a lifetime. That was already the case for some, but not all. And so now it puts them all together. It's once in a lifetime. It used to have waiting periods and that kind of thing. So that's the gist of what the bill does. But again, I want to have Chief Phipps walk through it so that you know, as you go through it, if you've got any questions, he can answer them. And I think we're on version 4. We've been working back and forth with LSO on this, and I do know there's probably still a little bit of work left, but I think conceptually it's good. We've got some grammatical things and some cleanup, but I'll turn it over to Chief Greg Phipps. He's the chief of our fiscal division.
Hi, Chief.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the TRW committee. Madam Chair, how do you want to do this? You just want to start at the beginning and go?
Sure. Let's just walk it page by page.
Sure. So really you know, the act relating to the bill, we really get into the nitty gritty in 23-1-302, the powers and duties.
Page 2.
Page 2, line 16, where each license issued for bighorn sheep, moose, mountain goat, grizzly bear, wild bison is added in there, since it was one of the Big 5 that came out of the task force. So that's the add. You'll see stricken language talking about 5-year restrictions in that paragraph on lines 18 through 20. Since it goes once in a lifetime, the any licenses for like any moose, which would be, you know, antlered moose, or any bison, you know, someone could harvest a bull bison, or any sheep license, that would be a ram, you know, that someone could harvest. Anyhow, we wanted to retain, or the task force wanted to retain the 5-year wait period for the females and juveniles. So cows, calves, ewe lambs, those pieces. So you'll see it stricken here, and you'll see it again and reemerge in later parts of the bill. Line 22, you know, we had grizzly bear, mountain goat,
Bighorn sheep, wild bison, and moose are added to specify the big five. Over to page 3, lines 15 and 16. It talks non-resident big and trophy game animal licenses and wild bison licenses were added in there. Line 21, we have stricken language, and then subject to subsection C of this section. Now we're getting into an area where, you know, and the legislative notes later in the bill, LSO notes are, there's an opportunity to clean up the separate paragraph for wild bison and include into the language by adding wild bison here in other sections of the law to provide clarity.
Madam Co-Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I believe maybe you're working off a different version than we're looking at. Would you
Right.
mind just pausing for 1 second? I think LSO is going to provide you a copy of the bill we're looking at so that our lines all track. a
I
little
thought
bit
it was
better.
just me, so thank you, Mr. Brody. I appreciate it.
I think we're off like 1 or 2.
0.4. Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, start all over. I'm just kidding.
They're just printed differently.
You can stay with page 3, though, 23-1-703, and that's where you were, I believe. It's that section.
Okay, Madam Chairman. Okay, I've adjusted. Let's go. Page 3, line 20.
Okay,
Put this here so you can see your notes.
There we go. Thank you.
now you know how it feels like when we're in the hot seat and presenting a bill. It's not
No,
fun.
Not on that one. Okay, so so this is getting into, you know, the authorizations for the female or juvenile species
Mhm.
of those big five.
Okay.
I'm now on page
Madam.
4.
Chair.
Representative Sweeney, did you have a
So-
question?
Yeah, yes, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you. So our version, at the bottom, it would be line 18B on page 3.
Stricken language?
So I'm a little unsure on how exactly the cow-calf situation is intended to work there.
Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney. So the task force intent and my understanding of how this reads is they still wanted to retain the 5-year wait period for female juveniles of the species and once in a lifetime for the mature male harvest. So this piece that you're referring to, sir, gets us into the 5-year wait period for the female juvenile of the species.
Does that answer your question? You are, yeah. Before we were not, but today, right now, at this moment in time, we're all together, including Senator Guru, who just joined us. So go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 4, top of the page, some stricken language for cleanup, and then we we just start off with on line 5 with licenses issued under this subsection. There's some grammatical edits on line 17 and 18. This piece is talking us through the drawings and the preference points procedures. Same with page 5. The top of page 6, paragraph C. Again, some stricken language for clarity, and then except as provided in this subsection is subsection F of the other complementary statutes or by rule of commission. A person that's issued a hunting license for grizzly bear, any moose or antlered moose, any bighorn sheep or ram, and any wild bison. So now the language is getting after the mature males of the species shall be eligible to apply and receive a hunting license for that particular shall be eligible to apply, shall not be eligible to apply for any future year.
We're gonna have to make it, we got some other cleanup in this.
Okay.
too that-
We'll note any amendment areas, so.
Okay.
Okay, carry on. So line 10 and new language.
Line 10, new language. It just, this paragraph, if we have, it gives the commission the opportunity to, if additional management is needed in the species, they have the flexibility to issue licenses for that management effort.
And you'll note too, on the bottom of page 6, we have a staff comment. Mr. Brody, if y'all would like to, and Luke, is this you? Okay, go ahead. If you'd like to, Mr. Plum, if you'd like to add a comment here, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Yes, I'm Luke Plum, Staff Attorney for the Legislative Service Office. And just, if I may, just to briefly step back, I know we addressed that it said shall not be eligible. Well, actually, prior in the line, it would be on line 6 at the very beginning of that. It does say no person who is issued a hunting license for those species shall be eligible. And so that's where that restriction language comes in. And that was currently in the statute, so I did not change that.
Okay.
But that is what we're looking at there. And then just to address the staff comment that starts on line 18, and this was just something I learned in speaking with Game and Fish. They informed me, specifically when it comes to grizzly bear and mountain goat licenses, those are issued generally as there are difficulties in determining the sex of the animal if you just saw a lone animal out in the wild. And so that's also where any moose, any bighorn sheep, or any wild bison language comes in, because those are more determinable for sex. And so I think that just does bear some weight on subsection C here, where I did include those animals for the lifetime restriction. And then that'll also have bearing on subsection E, where that is the 90%, 10% split for resident and non-resident hunters. And so, so I can address that or allow Game and Fish to continue. But that is the purpose of that staff comment, just to note that there are differences in how some of these species are treated.
Thank
By
you, Mr.
licensing.
Plum. I appreciate that, because I had that question too when Mr. Brody and I spoke previously, and that makes sense. Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So on page 6, back when it's discussing, I guess, eligibility, but not really, are there exceptions for health concerns? A friend of mine had back surgery, had drawn a sheep tag. This is a couple of years ago, and there were exceptions built in. Is that still contemplated with the existing?
Chief?
Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney. Yes, not necessarily in the draft that you're looking at, but in 23-1703, subparagraph F, under epaulets I through IV, there's statutory authority for the commission to establish rules for refunds and carryovers. And specifically, the paragraph that I reference talks reservation of licenses, and the regulatory rules in the commission are in chapter 44, section 23 and 26 concerning refunds and future reservations. So if a constituent would have a scenario like you described, they'd be eligible to apply to the commission through the license review board process. And by regulatory process, they could receive a future license reservation. Their history would be reset in the system, just like they never drew, and then they get issued a license for a fee of $10 a subsequent season.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, please carry on. Page 7.
Page 7, line 10. This is the language that gets at those big 5 species, 90% reserved for residents and 10% reserved for non-residents. Following that, there's line 17 and 18. You'll see the split differs for the female and juvenile of the species with moose and ewe lamb, bighorn sheep. I'm not certain that was the intent of the task force, but I was thinking it was 90-10 straight across the board.
Director.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I it was never discussed, but I do believe that was the intent. Do you believe the same?
I do, yes. Representative Sweeney.
Madam Chairman, thank you. So not to go backwards, but on page 4.
But you're going backwards.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So at the bottom of page 4, lines 22 and 23, and then continuing on page 5, lines 1 through 3. So is this basically speaking to the elimination or where the random draw and the bonus, or not bonus points, but the preference points are being curtailed in a transition period, or back over now to page 7 to on the cow calf situation? That I just need a little clarity. I don't think I'm understanding.
Chief.
Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney. So on page 4, that's speaking specifically to our license draw processes. So there, that's talking about the break of, okay, within the 90% resident draw, 75% of those 90% will be entered into a preference point draw. The other 25% is still random. So whether a resident has preference points or not, they have a random chance of drawing one of these big 5. That's the language on page 4. And the difference between page 7 is saying the overall split in beginning the draw is going to be 90% resident, 10% non-resident. At 75% on page 4 is talking about following this 90% chain down. We're going to put 75% of the preference points draw over here.
It's really quite simple.
Yes. And if you'd like, there's a video that describes that on the task force. It's really fascinating. You should watch it.
Madam Chairman, a follow-up
Sure.
to that on page 7. So will the cow-calf ewe also become once in a lifetime or just a 5-year waiting period?
Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney, as written, as well as the intent of the task force, is that it would be a 5-year wait. So once they've drawn a cow calf or a ewe lamb license, they'd have to wait 5 years before applying for those again. However, if they drew the male, the mature male, any license, like any moose license or any bighorn sheep license, that's a once in a lifetime.
And grizzly bears.
Yes, for the big 5.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As long as we're going backwards, I was going to wait till the very end to ask this question, but I did have a hunter from my area that contacted me about the bill, and on page 5 at the bottom. He moved out of state for a couple of years and then came back. And the way I read the bill is that he didn't put in for a couple of years, so he is considered a first-year applicant. I just wanted to have some clarification so I could tell him for sure that that's the way it works. If you would, thank you.
Chief?
Madam Chair, Senator Schuler, I think there's two pieces to your questions. Your question, one is a question of residency. If someone moved out of state and established residency in another state, moving back, they'd have to reestablish residency to apply as a resident. As far as the preference points piece, if you don't apply for 2 years in a row, then those points are set to history.
Set to what? The
Set to history.
History, yeah.
There, you lose them.
That's game and fish lingo, set to history. It is. I've learned that. Yes, exactly. Means do not pass go. Yeah. You don't do your homework. Representative Winter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is, could you refresh our memory as to what the percentages were previous to this proposal of 90-10?
Chief?
Madam Chair, Representative Winter. I can. I believe that moose were 80% resident, 20% non-resident. Bighorn sheep were 75% resident, 25% non-resident. Grizzly bear were 90-10. What am I forgetting?
Goat.
Mountain goat was 75-25. And wild bison was 75-25.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I missed what you said about the grizzly bear.
Grizzly bear was 90-10.
Okay, let's carry on. Oh, Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, lady. So is the 75% of the 90%, currently it would be 80% on some, 75%. Is that current practice? Or is that what you're asking for here? Looks like it's current.
The Madam Chair, Representative Jennings, the splits I just gave to Representative Winter, that's how it currently works right now. And this bill would move that to a 90%, 10% for all 5.
Follow up?
But the 75% is currently what is in practice of that 80% or 75%.
Yes, it is for the draw procedures.
Madam Chairman?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So one question I had when we had this issue before us last year was the expectation, when you start doing all these calculations, how much we're actually improving somebody's chances of doing one of these special draws. And I remember hearing that would require some math. I am wondering if you have that math, like how much does this really improve your chances of drawing one of these big 5 male
Chief
licenses?
Madam Chair, yes, I have the math, just not with me. So I'd have to, we've pushed that product to the task force. They've worked that, and I could certainly push to this committee if desired.
Sure, thank you. Okay, let's proceed. I don't remember where we were. Page 7, I think we're on page 8. Yes, Senator Landon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I apologize, but on page 7, if we could just one more quick question.
Absolutely.
And perhaps a request. As we move from those 80-20s and 75-25s, I'd just be curious, how many numbers of hunts are we not going to have from visitors going forward? And maybe we could ponder that and get back to us on it. I'd sure appreciate that. I get it. We went through this last year, all of us, with regard to hunters versus guides and outfitters and hotel owners and all of that. And I'm just so that I have that information, it would really help me to know how many hunts are we eliminating from visitors to our state and providing to our in-state hunters with this bill. That would be a good piece of information for us.
Chief.
Madam Chair, Senator Landon, I can take a look and see what we can do on the number of hunts for these 5 species that we're talking about. If I recall correctly, and please kick me in bounds if I run amok, Director, is the discussion during the task force was that the bulk of non-resident applicants came from elk and deer and antelope. So that just looking at these 5 species, there would be an impact, but it would be a more minimal economic impact.
Thank you.
Senator Salazar.
Thank
did
you,
have
Madam
a
Chair.
question?
So a quick question for some of us who were not able to attend those meetings, those task force meetings. We had some groups who were pretty angry that they didn't have the ability. They wanted more licenses for resident hunters. Can you tell me, did the task force, you took public testimony. What was your impression? Did they seem satisfied with these numbers, those groups that we all heard from on these numbers? And then I guess to piggyback on another question, the numbers change, but what was their view then on the chances of them actually drawing one of these? Can you talk about that? Thanks.
Director.
Madam Chair, Senator. So yes, we have heard from several different, a lot of those same constituents that you heard from during the task force meetings. There has been, the task force intentionally broke these 5 species away from the other species and are handling them completely different. And I would say the views vary between the two. There's the folks that you heard a lot from were probably more focused on deer, elk, and antelope. And on these big 5, there just hasn't been nearly the same amount of contention, I guess I would say, around these species. There's so few licenses, they're very hard to draw. And so it just hasn't been as contentious. When we're going to hear some strong views and have heard some on the 90-10 for the other species, but that they haven't reached a conclusion on that yet or a recommendation. I think they were wise in breaking the 2 things apart because the views are so much different. The increased chances of drawing based on this are very small. They're not significant. But, the way that a lot of the testimony that we heard is that even just a few more resident licenses when you already are starting with a few is something. And residents certainly, I don't know that we had any. I shouldn't say that. We did have a few residents opposed to this idea, but for the most part, there was pretty good support and the task force supported it unanimously.
And also, Senator, did you have a follow-up?
I did, but
Go ahead. Well, I would just add to that too, that, well, go ahead and ask your question.
And then, General, when will the task force tackle the rest?
I'm Chair Senator Salazar, they're dealing with it now. They've already started down that road, but they've only heard some presentation from the department. At the November meeting, they're going to hear from Wyoming Office of Tourism on some economic impacts of the other change. And they'll be deliberating it at this next meeting and probably also the December meeting. I don't expect it's going to be quick, but it'll be in the next several meetings that they deal with it.
And Director, do you think that once in a lifetime too, that helps the odds too significantly, right? Or not significantly, but to a degree, right?
It does to a degree. It certainly removes that potential for somebody, because it exists now, for somebody to wait 20 years, draw a bighorn sheep license, and then 5 years later, draw it randomly. It'd be a small chance, but it could happen, and it has happened. So.
There are some lucky people out there that have drawn 2 or 3 sheep licenses compared to other people having never drawn, believe it or not. They're the same people that win in the lottery. That's not fair. All right. Any other questions before we move on? Okay, Chief, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I believe we were at the bottom of page 7.
Yes, sir.
And the added language for the commission allocating hunting licenses for the cow-calf bison, wild bison.
Madam Chair.
Representative Sweeney.
So if I understood the director correctly, is that not a spot that we need an amendment to bring that into the thought process of the task force on the 90-10 does that language need to change their potential?
Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney, it does. And I guess what I think we'll proceed however the committee sees fit or however LSO advises, but there are other edits that it would be, I think it might be cleaner if we get those straightened out after the committee takes whatever action they're going to take today and bring another version of the bill. I think there's a lot of different, or I guess it can't go into the regular session if it's not approved today in a good spot. Okay, well, we'll be ready to offer the amendments then. We will have to make those amendments though, Representative Sweeney.
Page 8.
Page 8 is the paragraph of the statute that talks complimentary licenses and gratuitous licenses. On line 8, just some cleanup, Bighorn, one word. Line 10, the lifetime and 5-year restrictions imposed is just setting it in this paragraph, applicability. And then it goes back to paragraph C. Those are the changes on page 8.
Okay. Yes, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So on lighting, on page 8 in particular, I'm a little confused. Are there changes contemplated in this as far as an example, line 3, it ends by saying donated licenses, period. And in reading the bill, I'm a little concerned that the commissioner's tags that have been allocated in the past are eliminated with this piece of legislation. And I'm probably confused. I usually am. But I just want to make sure that we're not eliminating. I know there was a controversy coming from a particular group towards the commission about the allocation and where the commissioners, and I just don't want to see that go away because of a complaint.
Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney, this bill does not do that. It does not remove commissioner complimentary licenses.
Thank you.
Representative Jennings and then Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I have a question here first on line 15. The way that I'm reading this, it sure looks to me like if the commission gives this to the governor, somebody has won the lottery, shall we say. They've actually been put to the top of the 25%. And line 15 says that shall not be counted against them. So conceivably, you could win the lottery if the governor were so inclined to give you a license. Then you might be lucky enough to put your name back on and get in the 25% draw. So conceivably, so why did we not do this? I mean, why did we not make them the same rules apply to someone who's already won the lottery from the governor?
So Madam Chair, Representative Jennings, those the governor's licenses and the commissioner's licenses are issued in a completely different manner. So the last three governors, starting with Governor Freudenthal, carried on by Governor Meade, now by Governor Gordon, they don't issue those licenses to an individual. They actually have them go out for a competitive auction or a raffle through a nonprofit organization. And so the governor doesn't actually go and pick somebody and hand them a license. There's a Governor's Big Game License Coalition that takes all the funds that are raised from that. 10% goes to the organization that marketed the license and that did the auction or the raffle. And then all the rest of the money goes into this coalition and is allocated to wildlife projects around the state. As far as commissioner licenses go, they have some very specific rules as well, where the commissioners, they don't issue them to an individual either. They issue them to a nonprofit. And then the nonprofit is required to issue those licenses through either a raffle or an auction as well. And then the nonprofit organization is able to use those funds for their organization. Sometimes commissioners specify, I want you to use part of the proceeds from that for the I-25 KC to Buffalo Crossing project. But at the end of the day, they're not issued in the same manner. And that's why they've always been treated separately, so that a person could, if they went and spent $25,000 to buy a commissioner license at a competitive auction, they could also put in for the draw and draw a license. That the current law does allow that.
Follow up?
Madam Chairman. So if I'm hearing you correctly, if somebody has lots of money they want to donate to the right cause, here they can circumvent this. So why would we not take out the not and just make it applicable to everyone across the board? Why would we have any heartburn with that, Director?
So I think, Madam Chair, Representative Jennings, I need to think through the complexities of all that, but we'd have to change the process because they're done completely independently of each other right now. So as an example, if right now a commissioner provides his license to the Muley Fanatics Foundation, as an example, Muley Fanatics Foundation goes and raffles that license off, and somebody gets the license. And the draw process that we're discussing here in this bill happens completely separate from that. You could actually end up in a situation where a guy draws a license in May, and then he or she gets a competitive auction in June and gets another license that way. So it would require some pretty significant changes to the way the processes work, is what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
So Madam Chairman, so Director, we're not talking about changing the process. We're only talking about applying the lifetime prohibition to, or 5-year prohibition to the winner of the license. So why would we not just throw them over and say, look, you got a license, no matter how you got it legally. And we're going to apply this across the board just to whoever gets it. Seems like that would be much more honest.
Director?
So Madam Chair, I think at the end of the day that you bring up a question that if we're going to make that change, we can implement the change. If that's the desire of the committee to make it so that folks can only obtain one of these licenses in a lifetime and then never be eligible then to buy a governor's license through an auction, that we can implement the change. In the past, when this has been contemplated or when the statute was written, the decision at the time was to have it just as you see it today, where a person could actually get 2 licenses.
Thank you, Director. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was actually going to ask the same question as Representative Jennings, so I think it's been answered. Thank you.
Great minds think alike. And we have Senator Hicks, who has joined us partially. He's in and out of the room. Welcome. And also Senator Guru. We know you guys are busy working appropriations, so thanks for being here, both of you, at this moment in time.
I apologize, Madam Chair.
No apology needed. So thanks for joining us, and we know you're busy. So Representative Jennings, did you have another question?
Madam Chairman, I might. Are we covering all of 8 right now or just down to? I have one more question on page 8.
Sure, go
Just a
ahead.
quick question. So, Madam Chairman and Director, so in lines 20, 21, 22, is that current policy that we submit that to the Secretary of State for their name and their address of each licensee? Or is that something that we're wanting to add?
Chief?
Madam Chair, Representative Jennings, we do that already.
Existing language, okay. Moving on to page 9 then.
Madam Chair, page 9, subparagraph K, no changes throughout that until we get to line 22, where it strikes the 5-year language and adds in on page 10, line 3, the other 3 species for the big 5. As pertaining to the complementary licenses.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So on page 9, before we leave that, one of my it's not really a concern, I guess. I'm wondering about the wheelchair and disabled. For quite a few years, I worked with Hunting with Heroes, which thank you for Game and Fish's great work in helping that organization and worked through a lot of problems. And we were donated a track wheelchair for some of those hunts. So does this contemplate a positive influence when it talks about the wheelchair disabilities groups like, and Hunting with Heroes is a nonprofit registered, so they would still have those same opportunities as they do today.
Chief?
Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney, the yes, no impact there.
23-2-101.
Just some cleanup of the language to the existing paragraph. And that's really all we're seeing on line 16 and 17.
Okay.
On page 11, 23-2-107, this just provides the specifics to the 5-year wait period for female and calf wild bison, just to make clarity there.
And just because we're at that point in time, Mr. Plum, staff comment on page 11. Anything you'd like to add there?
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. Yes, that is just included language that is repeal under section 2 for Wyoming statute 23-2-107, subsection F, and then that's paragraphs 1 and 2. I included that in there as it was repealed. I only made changes to F in the intro that you see above there in that language. Really, essentially, the purpose of that was that this was repealed. And it was just simplified, and I tried to clarify that language in the intro for F. So it just was, so I just wanted to include that language for the committee to be able to see what was repealed, but the purpose of it was just basically to include it all into F and simplify it to conform with the rest of these amendments or these changes to this bill. And if I may, Madam Chairwoman, in subsection K of 23-1-703, on page 9, thank you. I'm not sure what happened. I think there must have been a technology issue because the stricken language of the 5-year restriction imposed on the receipt of a moose or bighorn sheep license by Wyoming statute 23-1703B. That was, while I was working on this bill, I had initially thought that was going to be stricken. And I actually removed that. I realized that the committee may not wish to have that stricken in this bill. And so the copy that is available to the public, that is not stricken. And so I just wanted to bring that up for your consideration, that if the desire is to maintain that 5-year restriction, that's separate of the lifetime as it is for the male as opposed to the female species.
Okay.
It was actually my intention, and in the bill draft that is available online, it does not have that language stricken.
Okay. Okay.
So that was just a mistake. I don't know why that carried over into the draft that you have, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Chairman?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I have just 2 questions. One is a drafting question, so it is for LSO on page 10, the line 16 and 17, replacing that with which. I was just curious why. And then on your language in the staff note about any, I'm trying to find on the bottom of page 6. Any being used for moose, bighorn sheep, and making that distinction, it makes a lot of sense to me, but I didn't know if it made sense to try and clarify that in the definitions section of this title. But it's such a big title that I didn't want to muck it up. So I'd be curious to know if you think there'd be any value in adding clarifying language that said for, the purposes of this title, when we refer to any XYZ we're talking about, and just making that staff note part of the definitions.
Mr. Plum?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Madam Co-Chairwoman. Just to address that, to begin with the staff comment on page 6. Yes, I think that certainly could be possible. I agree. I think this title, it is pretty large. And the other consideration here is that grizzly bears are considered a trophy animal. And then big game animal covers, I believe, moose, sheep, and mountain goats. And then wild bison are included in a separate section, and they're not defined in the big game statute. So I think that is certainly possible. I did not change those definitions, but I think if it would provide clarity, that was something I learned in the process of drafting this, is that this any language does give rise to the difference in the sex for those species. And so I think that could provide clarity that could be added in. It would just need to be, so if the committee wishes for that to be done, I think certainly that could be worked in. And then as to your other question about that, I think really I just thought that was more correct for the language, but that could easily be changed back to which.
The game and fish statutes are a lesson in patience. They are a mess. And so like definitions, I mean, when you talk about the difference there, and I think that could be an entire interim study, or maybe over the course of 2 interims to try to clean them up.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Just to offer that versus which is something that comes up regularly in my life. So there's some that really like that and some that really like which. And I was just curious if there was a new LSO drafting convention I wasn't aware of.
It must be a legal problem for those of you in the legal world. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Sorry, we're going to beat on this one a little bit more, but I'll be honest with you. I was blowing through this draft and I read it. I'm just going to read it real quick. Starting on line 6, no person who is issued a hunting license for a grizzly bear.
Wait, Representative Haroldson, what page are you?
Sorry, 6, still on 6.
You're on line
Page 6,
Okay.
line 6.
Okay.
Sorry to confuse everyone. I'll start over. No person who is issued a hunting license for a grizzly bear, mountain goat, any moose or antlered moose, any bighorn sheep or ram, and any wild bison shall be eligible to apply for or receive a hunting license for that particular species in any future year. Now, if I just took that means you can only, that is so confusing, you guys. And I understand why we're doing it. I get that. But at the same time, if there's one pet peeve I've had as I've gotten into this process, it's like, let's try clarify, not confuse. And so as I was reading through this, obviously, the deeper I got into it, I was like, wait a second, what about cows and calves? We excluded cows and calves. And I had to read further into the bill to figure that out. But there's a point where it's like, why do I have to read further into the bill to figure that out whenever I guarantee you, people are going to read this and go, well, wait a second, that's confusing or that's contradictory. So I understand why it is. I understand, but I also don't think that just because it's what we have means we should continue the failure into the future.
Director.
Madam Chair, Representative Haroldson, I guess the best example I could give that this is really, we're trying to cover future potential. So as you're aware, if you draw a type 1 area 7 license, it's for any elk. And that's the language that's used, any elk. Then you may draw a type 1 in another area that's only for antlered elk. Right now, we don't have any bighorn sheep license. There, it's a ram. You got to shoot a ram if you have a type 1. The hard to draw license is the type 1. We don't even issue any ewe lamb licenses right now in our state. We have in the past, but we don't now. So it's the language is there to try to cover all the different contingencies based on the way that licenses are issued and some of the statutory language that's currently used. Your point's well taken. I think that, statutorily though, there is a difference between a cow calf license versus an any or an antlered license. It's separated in statute. As far as cleaning that up or making it different or trying to make it more clear, we're glad to take a look at that. It's pretty complicated, but we take a look at it.
It is. And that speaks to what I was just talking about, and I think it's from years of legislative work and this being added and that being added and never having the opportunity to actually wipe the slate clean and start all over with language that makes sense. Representative Winter.
Madam Chairman. In my humble opinion, the percentages that are historic right now seem to me that they've been working. And I see no reason to go to a 90-10. And there's several reasons why I think that. Number one, I've been going to several of these task force meetings, and it seems to me that one of the big concerns was the preference point system. And in my opinion, that has been one of the major problems for people being able to draw. And so I think that I would hope that we could do more work on resolving that problem, maintain the percentages as they currently are. And one of you folks mentioned they talked about the economic impact. And was that economic impact for the Game and Fish Department or Commission, or did that have to do with local businesses?
Madam Chair, Representative Winter. So the economic impacts that are going to be discussed at the November meeting are not Game and Fish related economic impacts. Those are to restaurants, hotels, outfitting industry. Those kind of economic impacts is what the Office of Tourism is going to talk about. With regards to impacts financially to the Game and Fish Department, we have discussed that on these big 5 with the task force. And we've also in the past discussed those on all of the other species as well. We know what those numbers are. They do change based on exactly how the bill is written and how the department is allowed to use leftover licenses as an example. So there's a lot of different scenarios though, as you may recall, in the past, and it's no different now, the department's position on how licenses are allocated, what percentages are to non-residents, what percentages are to residents is a public policy decision that's definitely it's in statute. My ask has been all along that if there are changes, that it's cost neutral for the department, so that if the legislature changes the allocations, that they offset those costs correspondingly with license fees, so that it's cost neutral for the department. These species right here, the amount is very minimal. It's not very much money because there's so few licenses. There's not a lot of money associated with that that the department would lose. There's a small amount. And again, that's been discussed in the task force. Just to wrap up, I think that there's also, as for part of the economic impact analysis, there's another report that was commissioned 4 or 5 years ago. It was done by Southwick and Associates. It's something that I don't remember who sponsored, and I know the Wyoming Outfitters and Guides Association sponsored part of it or all of it. I don't remember who paid for it, but anyway, that is also going to be presented at either the November or the December meeting for the committee to consider.
Representative follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Director, I guess my biggest problem of this whole change in things is the impact it's going to have on this grizzly bear delisting. As you well know, that the federal government is not going to be very happy when more grizzly bears are killed. We have so many grizzly bears, it's pathetic. But if we allow more people going into the backcountry after these other species, there are going to be more and more contacts with grizzly bears. And most of the folks that I'm aware of, don't get me wrong, there's some good hands out there, but a lot of these folks have no clue about what they're going to be facing when it comes to grizzly bears. And if we don't do this correctly, we're never going to get these bears delisted. And that is so important for the ranchers out there and for the Game and Fish Department. So I just can't support this bill the way it's written, and I don't think it's necessary. So thank you.
Senator Salazar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So John, I just want to get this correct then. When you were talking about the big five at the task force, there was a unanimous agreement within the membership of the task force to support this bill. Is that correct?
Director?
Madam Chair, Senator Salazar, I don't recall who was absent. For the folks that were there at the meeting, which was, there might have been one or two absent, they all supported it.
And Senator and Representative Winter, I'll also add too that the Outfitters and Guides Association was supportive of this percentage change as well. And again, it was noted too previously that this 90-10 allocation on grizzly bears, that's existing statute. So that doesn't change. It presently stands at 90-10 on grizzly bear. Was that your fear, or what was your concern, I guess, Representative Winter?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. My fear is that it's not the people that are going to be hunting the grizzly bears, the ones that aren't. They're going to be out there hunting a moose or a sheep or a goat or something and run into a grizzly bear with cubs, and there's going to be a confrontation, and there's going to be bears killed, and which is going to affect the ability to delist them. So we need to rethink this whole thing. It just isn't going to work.
Well, and I granted this is your industry. You understand this a whole lot better than me. I mean, we're just changing the residency, non-residency allocations, but still it'd be the same people out there hunting these species. And also Outfitters and Guides said too, that with these particular species that generally you do involve an outfitter or guide to get to them because they are in such remote locations. And that was their testimony. So, all right, Representative Jennings, and then we better hustle along, people.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this question is for staff behind us, but I'm not absolutely certain. So on page 11, as I'm reading that, I want to play off of Representative Haraldson's a little bit more. So as you read that, shall be eligible for that particular species in any future year. And yet on 11, the note from staff is that they won't be available for like a bull buffalo, if you've gotten that, but you still can go in next year, the very next year, and apply for a cow calf. If I'm reading that correctly, could staff or someone try and let me wrap my mind around a little bit more clarification there, because it sure looks like you're in the middle of a prohibition on B, where you've received a calf, a cow or calf, but you're eligible for the governor's buffalo.
Madam Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Co-Chair, Representative Jennings, I think this is the part that they're repealing and they're just putting it in there for your reference. Is that the confusion? I think that's what they explained was that's just for our reference, in the final draft, that language won't be included. You'll just see the repealer language. And this is good information for our new representative. When we have bill drafts like this, obviously, I'm sure you went through this in your orientation, but new language is in red and underlined, and then stricken language is got the line, the strike through, and in blue. Repealing means we're taking it out of statute entirely. So in order of how we draft these bills, LSO puts new ideas, new sections first, then things they amend second, and then things they repeal after that. So that's kind of the order of that. But in the final version, those repealers, you won't see that additional language.
And I will say, Mr. Plum, you have set a precedence here because generally we have to go look up the repealers. And so now you've spoiled us here by including it. So,
We learned that.
yeah. Okay. All right. I think what we'll do too, before we move on is we'll take public comment on this bill if the committee, if you don't mind that. And if the gentleman at the table, I know you guys will have to join us again for the next bill draft, but yeah, I guess before you move, do we have Mr. Novotny? Are you here to provide testimony? Okay, very good. We'll take at this time, we'll take public comment on hard to draw big game and wild bison license allocations. And while we're changing seats, do we have anybody online, Heather? No? Mr. Novotny, welcome. Commissioner Novotny.
Good morning, Madam Co-Chair and members of the TRW committee. My name is Bill Novotny. I am with the Wyoming Outfitters and Guides Association. As you can imagine, this is our incredibly busy season of the time. So you get the pinch hitter rather than our association president. We are here in strong support of the portion of the bill pertaining to the once in a lifetime for the Big Five. I do want to be clear, though, that at this point, I can include a full endorsement of the 90-10 proportion of the bill because my board of directors has not had the opportunity to meet and formally make that endorsement. We are represented on the committee by 2 members of our boards of director, but any actions that they take on that are theirs as individuals, not as Wyoga in itself as an organization. What I want to be clear on is that we remain committed to an omnibus wildlife bill that addresses resource, access, and allocation. Without addressing all 3 of those issues through the task force, you're really doing a disservice to the sportsmen. We are committed to the work of the task force. That's why we endorsed it from the very beginning in its work to present a robust list of full recommendations, not a piecemeal approach to the overall issues that are affecting sportsmen in the state of Wyoming. So I know that is somewhat convoluted, but at this point, beyond fully endorsing the portion of the bill that deals with the once in a lifetime, we are supportive in concept of moving the 90-10, but we can't offer a full association endorsement just because of the timing of when this draft was put out and when our board of directors can formally meet and adopt that. And I would stand for any questions about the draft bill or anything pertaining to the task force from our perspective at this time, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you. Committee questions for Mr. Novotny, Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Mr. Novotny, I would ask a favor as we continue on through this process, if you could do your best to stay in touch with us. I just want to know the impact, as we make some of these changes. I appreciated the comments of the good chairman with regard to these statutes, this chapter. This is, I think it's because everybody hunts and fishes and we are Wyoming, and that's why these are under change almost all the time. This is a big one, and I just want to know what we're doing as we go, and if you would do that for us, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Co-Chair.
Yes, sir.
Senator Landon, absolutely. And the Smithwick study that was alluded to a little bit earlier by the Game and Fish is an economic study that we commissioned about 5 years ago in cooperation with the Office of Tourism and many of the other stakeholders. We're a major employer in the state of Wyoming, whether it's directly or indirectly. We are a major component of the travel and tourism industry. We are the value add that gets the tourists to stay for more than one day and spend their dollars in the state. So that will be available next the next task force meeting, and I will make sure that that is distributed to everybody on this committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Novotny. Appreciate it. Thanks for taking. the
Thank you,
time.
Madam Co-Chair.
Any further public testimony? Okay, and nobody online. All right. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move the bill.
It's been moved by Chairman Ellis, seconded by Senator Landon to move the bill. And with that, Mr. Plum, you can join us. We will walk through the bill again. And Director Nesbitt and Chief, if you had some suggested amendments, please stop us when we get to that point. And committee, please welcome our newest staff attorney, Luke Plum, who has joined LSO, and he actually drafted the legislation, and we welcome him to the committee and welcome him to the legislature, and thank you.
Thank you, Madam
All right.
Chairwoman.
So I think the first page is pretty self-explanatory, right?
I would say, yes, it is, Madam Chairwoman. It is just listing out the act and the title for the bill. And certainly moving on to the next section, and I can certainly go through it in as much detail or as little as you'd like.
Just proceed as you see fit. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One real quick question, hard to draw big game and wild bison license allocations. We do have a trophy in there with the grizzly bear. So I don't know if we need to say hard to draw trophy, big game and wild bison or something of that nature, but we do have a trophy animal that's slid into there with us on the top 5.
And that's in the what are your thoughts?
Certainly, Madam Chairwoman, thank you, and Representative Haroldson. I think that could make sense as yes, as it is my understanding that grizzly bears are listed as a trophy animal, and then wild bison would be included as well, as they are separate. I think that would certainly work in all respects.
Would you like to add that or move that amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I make a motion, I move to add trophy into the title as next to big game.
Before big game?
Before big game, so it'd be hard to draw trophy, big game and wild bison license allocations.
Okay. Any questions, committee, on where we add that? Director Nesbitt.
Madam Chair, just I would just offer that in statute, in the definitions, it's trophy game, big game, and then wild bison. So I would actually recommend you put the word game next to trophy.
Trophy game, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director. And I will change that to trophy game, big game and wild bison.
Okay.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
sorry,
Mr.
just to
Brody.
make a comment. LSO is limited somewhat in its capacity for bill titles, and we have a character limit. We're always cognizant of that fact. I can't say for sure at this moment if that is going to exceed that character limit. But if the bill comes forward and only trophy is in the title, it's because of that limitation. I just wanted to put that on everyone's radar.
Mr. Brody, why is hard to draw? Why does that have to be included?
I mean, the initial motivation for that was simply to try to succinctly get at what the bill was going to speak to. I don't think big five beyond the work of the task force, or perhaps those most in tune with hunting, would know what that refers to. So the idea of using hard to draw was to simply try to zero in on the concept of the bill, which is those hard to draw licenses within big game, wild bison, et cetera. So certainly the title can be changed on the will of the committee, but we had to name it initially when we drafted the bill, and that's just kind of where it landed.
Well, and my question is, if we just took out hard to draw, then the title would be trophy game, big game and wild bison license allocations.
Certainly that would be appropriate depending on the will of the committee.
Okay. Committee, are you in agreement? So if we could just attach that to your amendment and with your pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I will redo the amendment
Okay.
to read trophy game, big game and wild bison license allocations.
Okay.
Thank you guys very much
All right.
for working through that.
All those in favor, vote by. Pardon, more discussion? Okay, it's been seconded several times, so all those in favor, just with a show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. All right, Mr. Plum, moving on.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the bottom of page 1, yes, that is just section 1. These are all the statutes and the specific subsections that are being amended. So certainly moving on to page 2, beginning with Wyoming Statute 23-1-302. This is listed under powers and duties. Yes, this is just making conforming amendments in terms of the competitive raffle. One thing I should mention, and I realize I think after hearing from Game and Fish near the bottom, and I apologize, I'm working on a different, I realize I also have the different version of this bill. Can I just see that? I apologize. So it would be line 15 for this one.
At the stricken language.
The stricken language, yes. I realize, once again, that when I was initially drafting this bill, I initially thought that the 5-year restrictions were going to be removed in favor of just a single life, just for the lifetime restrictions. It is my understanding, and it just was to the committee's decision, if you'd like to maintain the 5-year restrictions imposed on the receipt of a moose or bighorn sheep, as is allowed under 23-1-703, Wyoming Statute 23-1-703, and those changes that are made there. But the purpose of this was to include wild bison on line 13 of page 2, and then also to include bighorn sheep, wild bison, or moose licenses on line 19. But this is just conforming with the rest of the bill.
Okay.
And so then moving on to page 3, this is Wyoming Statute 23-1-703, where most of the significant changes were made. Beginning in subsection A, that just did include on line 12 and 13, include wild bison licenses. And then specifically getting into subsection B on lines 18 to 20, that language is stricken just as it is, just to conform along with the rest of these changes that are made. And it is pursuant to subsection C, where the changes are made that a person may not receive more than one cow or calf moose license or ewe or lamb bighorn sheep license in any consecutive 5-year period.
Okay.
And then at the top of page 4, that is just removing some obsolete language and starting with licenses, just to clean that up.
Okay.
And then there were no changes made on page 5. If I'm moving too fast, I'm sorry, I'm certainly going to go into any further detail. But starting on page 6 is where some more significant changes were made in pursuant to the request for this bill. And so, yeah, so beginning on line 3, again, that on line 2 and 3, that's just removing some obsolete language. And beginning on line 3, that is where it is except as provided in this subsection, in subsection F. And then also Wyoming Statute 23-1-302 is the one where there's competitive raffles, in addition to Wyoming Statute 23-1-705A, and that is the governor's complimentary licenses. So just to maintain everything together. And then it is inclusion, and there's already been discussion of the inclusion of any moose or antlered moose, any bighorn sheep or ram, and any wild bison. That language and the use of the word any, again, is just to make it known so that there is differences between how grizzly bear and mountain goat licenses are treated as opposed to moose or antlered moose, bighorn sheep, and any wild bison.
Okay.
So that was the reason for that specific language. It does say, yes, no person who is issued a license shall be eligible to apply for or receive a hunting license for that species in any future year. And so then beginning on lines 10 through 16, this language is to allow the commission, in particular in terms of the 5-year restrictions, I think is where that would be coming in, but it is to allow them to issue any future licenses for wildlife management purposes to harvest these big 5 species as needed. And certainly as wild bison are treated separately under Wyoming Statute 23-2-107, that is just the reference there. But the purpose of that is to allow for other licenses for the female and juvenile species, or of these each species.
Okay.
And
Director?
Madam Chair, are you wanting to do amendments as he walks through this bill?
Yes,
then?
please.
Okay, so I just have one to suggest, page 6, line 13,
Okay,
grizzly bear rather than plural, and then mountain goat, not plural. So striking the S on both of those, on the word bears and goats.
okay. I would move that. Seconded by Sweeney. Questions committee? We will strike the plural form of bear and goat. All those in favor, please show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Madam Co-Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
A question for LSO and maybe a motion, but first a question. On page 6, line 13, after ewe or lamb, bighorn sheep, and then we start another category, should there be a comma after the word sheep? The Oxford comma rears its ugly head.
Mr. Plum?
thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Madam Co-Chairwoman. Certainly that is just kind of LSO drafting convention not to use the Oxford comma, but it's at the committee's pleasure.
The Oxford comma, again, legal language, I assume.
Madam Chairman,
Yes,
just
Mr.
to kind
Brody.
of perhaps echo in on that drafting convention, as irksome as it can be to many of us, I would advise not strain from the convention, as if we deviate in one place, then it raises question why it was important here, but not elsewhere in Wyoming statute. So just a word of caution. Thank you.
Meaning we don't add a comma or we do?
In this instance, I would recommend not adding a comma.
Okay, you're just like Mr. Wilson. I just see you from here up. He needs a booster seat.
Madam Co-Chair, if I were running LSO, I'd put a comma there, but I'll let it go this time. But I think it needs a comma.
Okay. It is. All right. So moving on.
Okay. Yeah, so I believe, yeah, starting on line 18, that's where the staff comment begins. I can go into more detail on that. I did address it earlier before. Once again, it's just that there is some differences in how these species are treated and how you can determine sex of a particular species. And so that's why I just wanted to make that clear there.
That's appreciated. Thank you. And I'm glad a person doesn't have to sex that grizzly bear before they decide to shoot it.
Yes.
Madam Co-Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a thought. I think because the statute's so big, I think trying to smush in a definition of any at this point would be, I don't think that makes good sense, but maybe if this bill were to pass and Game and Fish is rewriting its rules, that might be a clarifying thing that could address through rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Nesbitt, are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Plum, page 7.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. On page 7, beginning on line 10, this is where the change for the commission shall reserve 90% of the male species of these male species shall be reserved for resident hunters, and the remaining 10% shall be reserved for non-resident hunters. It was LSO's understanding, and I'm sorry, I did not address this earlier, but just briefly, it would be possible, and I guess, I think it just would be a determination by this committee how you wish to proceed. But it was my understanding to maintain the status quo for the females of particularly the moose and the ewe and lamb bighorn sheep in this section. It's up to the committee's pleasure whether you would prefer that it just be a 90-10 split for these species generally. But that is what this is it specifically the language currently stands that it'd be ram, bighorn sheep, wild bull bison, bull moose, and then it is just mountain goat and grizzly bear because those, as I've mentioned before, those licenses are not determined by sex, are not traditionally split up that way. So that's how that language is written in there. And so certainly that is up for your discretion. And then, but it does allow on lines 20 through 22 for the commission to allocate hunting licenses for wild cow bison pursuant to Wyoming statute 23-2-107.
Director Nesbitt, you have some thoughts?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think yours and my, both of our understanding from at least the intent of the recommendation, certainly this body has pleasure to do whatever it wants to do here, but I think the intent of the recommendation was that it would be 90-10 for all species in the big five, both sexes. So if that's if that's the desire, and that's, and you and I agree on that, I think that line 17, where it says right after the word reserve, that would read 90%. And then in parentheses, 90% the number. And then on line 18, 75% would be stricken and 90% would be added.
Director, from a management standpoint, so take off your task force hat and put on your game and fish hat. Any thoughts there on the allocation change?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, with the these particular species, there's so few licenses issued that I don't ever foresee a problem issuing the licenses and making sure that if we need them for wildlife management purposes, that we would issue them. You know, cow calf bison has always been the concern, but even there, the demand is high enough that I believe even at 90-10, we would issue the number we need to issue.
Okay, committee thoughts? We need a motion. We need to change this. Senator Schuler, would you move that? Okay. Oh, had you moved it? I'm sorry. I can't hear you very well. Moved by Sweeney, seconded by Schuler to adjust those allocation changes from 80 and 75 to 90, correct? Reread that for me. Representative Sweeney, as you want your motion to be read. Starting on page or on line 16. Mhm. Commission shall.
The commission shall reserve 90%. And then in parentheses, 90 of the cow moose licenses, and down to line 18, 90%. And then in parentheses, 90% of the ewe and lamb bighorn sheep. Down to line 19.
Okay, very good. Questions, committee?
Question.
Having been called, all those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Let's carry on, Mr. Plum.
And one other piece I wanted to bring to the attention of the committee, and I realize that just if you so choose, on line 20, it does say where the new language begins. It's the commission shall allocate hunting licenses for wild cow bison pursuant to Wyoming statute 23-2-107. That statute 23-2-107 does also contemplate calf bison. I realize that is not included here. So just to raise to the committee.
Director.
And my recommendation, Madam Chair, is he brings up an excellent point. To be consistent with statute, we need to change that. We just need to add on line 21 after the word cow. We need to add slash calf.
Right, okay. So committee, just so you're on this, we're all square here. Page 7, line 21, after wild cow, we'll insert slash calf. And I would move that.
Madam Co-Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
another LSO drafting. Do we have cow calf slash? I think it needs to be an or calf or and calf. Do you have a
Okay.
recommendation?
Mr. Plum?
So yes, I just was going to raise that as well. So in at least in the changes that I made to Wyoming statute 23-2-107, which is wild bison licenses, the language is a female or calf wild bison.
So what would be the better, how would that be written then?
Madam Co-Chair, just a suggestion, wild cow or calf bison pursuant.
Or calf, okay. Very good. All right, did we vote on that? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Page 8. Okay.
Continue on to, yes, page 8. This addresses the complimentary licenses that is allowed at the request of the governor. Again, on line 8, that is just changing bighorn from from 2 words into 1 word. And then on line 10, it includes the lifetime and it includes 5-year restrictions on line 11. imposed on the receipt of moose, or it includes bighorn sheep or wild bison licenses that are addressed by Wyoming statute 23-1-703B and C.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Co-Chair, I'm just a question for our drafter. Is this the only part in this title where Bighorn is misspelled that way, or is it misspelled in other places that you're aware of?
So I think it's primarily spelled as bighorn, and that is the language that I've used throughout this draft. That was actually brought to my attention by Game and Fish, that this was one of the spots where it was separated. And I think it generally and is used in Game and Fish parlance as bighorn as one word.
Committee members, or Madam Co-Chair, I'm kind of curious if it's worth just looking through this title, and maybe this is a good opportunity to clean up that spelling error if it occurs elsewhere, to just say bighorn one word instead of twice. Just curious if you want to check and see.
Sure. I mean,
Madam Chairman, I just did a real quick preliminary search, and it looks like, including the change that's being made here, it exists in 3 other locations in Title 23.
I mean, committee members, this would be a time to have it all spelled right.
okay.
I move that we would include those 3 other instances that LSO identified, and perhaps others, to just spell bighorn correctly.
Second.
Moved by Chairman Ellis and seconded by Senator or Representative Jennings, that we would clean up bighorn to bighorn throughout the statute and have it be conforming language throughout. All those, any questions on this, committee? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. It passes unanimously. So, Mr. Plum, thank you. And just don't throw any comments in there. Okay, carry on. Page 9,
No, Madam Chairman.
Okay. On page
Representative
9,
Jennings.
At the bottom of. page
Mr.
9.
Plum, just a moment. You had a
Oh, I
question.
apologize.
No problem.
No, Madam Chairman, I want to make a motion to strike on line 15, the word not. As I believe that if we're making these prohibitions on the regular citizens and the rest of the people, they should be applied across the board evenly.
Okay,
Second the motion.
it's been moved by Representative Jennings and seconded it by Representative Knapp that we strike the word not on page 8, line 15 after shall.
Madam Co-Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
just for the sake of discussion, are there conforming amendments elsewhere that would need to be made that go with this motion?
Or Mr. Plum.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairman, or Madam Chairman and Madam Co-Chairman. I would need to check. I don't know right off the top of my head. Certainly that could be done, and I could look for any other conforming amendments that would need to be made.
Okay, so Representative Jennings, would you like to just maybe modify your motion to allow for confirmation throughout?
Yeah, I think that we should make it throughout.
Okay,
Yes, I would agree with that.
Mr. Brody, did you have some thoughts?
More just kind of, again, drafting picadillo, but I think what we would need to do is get rid of not only the word not, but in any manner, just sort of, so it says shall not or shall be applicable to a license issued pursuant to this section. Certainly we can go through Title 23 to make any conforming changes that would be required, but just in regard to this specific subsection.
Okay, so just to clarify, then it would read on line 15, shall be applicable to a license issued then, if we were to remove in any manner along with not, correct? Okay, and Representative
I
Jennings?
would agree with that, Madam Chairman. and
Okay.
You have to ask my second.
And your second?
Concurs.
Okay. Any other questions, Senator Landon?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not sure I'm ready to support this, and it's only because I haven't thought it completely through. But I did have a question for the department. So if I am either lucky enough to be selected in a raffle, for example, or if I have the wherewithal to help one of our nonprofits out there by outbidding everybody else, do we limit in any way? Is that limited to my name only if I buy that? If I buy that license that way, give to the Wildlife Federation or whatever, can I give that to one of my boys or my daughter? Or is it specifically to that one named person who wins that raffle?
Director?
Madam Chair, Senator. So the person who purchases it gets to pick who the license goes to, but once it's been issued, it's done. It's issued to that one individual and they have to use the license or not.
So Madam Chairman, what that means is if I'm very supportive of a nonprofit and I want to bid on a license the following year, I can probably do that. I think that was the answer we just got.
Mhm. So Senator Landon, then your thoughts then on the motion to change that? Would that alleviate your concerns in terms of an auction or benefit auction purchase?
Madam Chairman, I think it did because what I don't want to do, I think these are so valuable to our nonprofits out there and it's remarkable how much these licenses benefit our state.
Mhm.
You just can't, I don't even think we can put a price on it. So I don't want to do anything that would throw that car off the railroad tracks. I don't think this does. But like I said, I haven't thought it completely through and I don't know, maybe somebody on the rest of the committee can have a conversation about this. I certainly understand where the representative's coming from. If he wants to prohibit anybody from ever doing it again, and I think whoever wins a raffle, if they can designate somebody else, I guess they can still support a nonprofit. So
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I'm worried and would need the director's opinion, but I am concerned also on the chilling effect of this possible word to our nonprofits, because I agree with Senator Landon that these have been an invaluable tool. I know Hunting with Heroes was issued one. It really helped the program and with the proceeds. And my concern would be, I can understand the bringer of the amendments concern, but my concern would be how far does this reach down, and will the nonprofits see that as a limiting factor in their efforts to support wildlife? And I guess my question would be to the director, his understanding, because he's dealt with these issues for so long.
Director?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney, I've been racking my brain too, I'm kind of like Senator Landon. I'm trying to think through what the potential implications could be if there's something I'm not thinking of. Right now, I can't think of any. I think that the one piece of information I don't have for you is how often does a wealthy supporter of one of these organizations come back multiple times and buy licenses. Now, I know that happens with elk, deer, and antelope fairly regularly, where these people buy these licenses several years in a row. This wouldn't affect those folks. This would only affect governor's licenses, essentially the bighorn sheep, mountain goat, moose, grizzly bear, and wild bison. So to the extent that, a donor or a supporter would not be able to do this in the future because they're essentially out because they did it once, and now that the lifetime prohibition comes into play, I just don't know how often that occurs. Something we got the records, we can find it, but only thing that comes to my mind, but again, I haven't thought through it real deep.
Okay, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So you hit on the point, FANAST, in particular for bighorn sheep. That's a huge piece. If they're lucky enough to get one of those tags, at their annual banquet. And I think that would really be a chilling effect, because it is the big guys that typically, the very wealthy, don't have a problem bidding those up. And I would be very concerned, and those dollars are utilized very well. I mean, those organizations don't just go on individual hunting trips. They support our industries, you know, in the state. So the more I think about it, I would, I'm going to be a no vote. So.
Further discussion, committee? We have Representative Harrelson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I don't believe that if you eliminate one individual from being able to bid on these due to the fact that they've already gotten this in the past, we're going to eliminate the program. There's a long list of people that are bidding on these tags, and it is a great program for raising money for non-for-profits. I understand that. But at the same time, you have to understand our founding fathers got away from a King's Deer mentality, where it was an elitist type mentality on hunting that has happened in a prior country, where that isn't the case in America. The cool part about America is we have the ability, the kid that just wants to go hunt a bighorn sheep, he can apply for a tag, and he might grab that 25% preference point or 25% lotto draw. He might lose his 7 preference points when he was building his house and forgot to apply for 2 years. But the whole point is we have the ability to draw for those tags, and I get one shot in my lifetime. And it doesn't matter if someday I have enough financial stability or ability to go and get one of those tags in a raffle. It still is a once in a lifetime. If we're doing it for one, we shouldn't make the exception for rich over those that can't afford it. I mean, it's one of those deals where a lot of people are not ever going to be able to afford to bid on those licenses just because of where they're at financially. And there's no shame in that or anything wrong with that. But we don't want to eliminate people, or we don't want to make an unfair advantage for people based on their financial status. And I think so in that, I believe that it's important that we continue to make it fair across the board, no matter where you're at financially. And also understanding there's plenty of people lining up to get these tags. I don't think we're going to hurt the program, in my personal opinion.
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, sir.
So I would always point out in this that this amendment is basically conforming to the bill. And so it really is bringing, instead of a perception, whether it's true or not. And like I said, it's not going to hurt the nonprofits they're lined up. I mean, we know that. And so I don't see a prohibition here on the individual that receives that. The perception of the King's Deer is something that we want to make it conforming to this legislation. We're trying to help those percentages of people in Wyoming. And so for us to then say, hey, look, if you happen to know a wealthy patron who wants to buy your license, it doesn't apply, you can get a second one. I think it just, it sets the wrong tone. So.
Okay, thank you. Question having been called. All those in favor of Representative Jennings' motion, please show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Mr. Plum, moving on, page 9.
Yes, and Madam Chairwoman, I'm sorry, this just dawned on me. I understood the amendment that was just made was to strike not and in any manner on page 8, line 15 for the governor's licenses. And you did ask, and I realized it does say similarly in 23-1302 on page 2, and any restriction imposed on the receipt of these licenses shall not be applicable in any manner to a license issued pursuant to this section. So it's very similar to the language in for the governor's complimentary licenses, and this one is specifically for the raffles. My question is that it was the amendment intended to amend both sections or both statutes?
Okay, Representative Jennings, I assume it was amend both, correct?
Madam Chairman, that is correct. And actually, as we were striking that, it was pointed out to me by the co-chair that we probably should put shall apply. Would probably be a cleaner. So if we're going to go back and catch that one, I thought maybe we might take care of that at the same time.
Which line are you on?
15 on 8.
So
but-
say that again, read it as you say it should be.
I think your co-chair has the right language. Just add the word apply there, shall apply to.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. It was just a suggestion, like the regulation shall apply instead of be applicable. But Mr. Plum, I missed where the other, I wasn't following along with you. Where's the other instance that you had a question?
Yes, and so my question, and I just wanted to be clear on what was being amended. So if we return to page 2, this is specifically on lines 21 and 22. At the end of that, it does say any restrictions imposed by this section or by the wild bison license section in Wyoming statute 23-2107 shall not be applicable in any manner to a license issued pursuant to this subsection. And so my question was if that same, the amendment that was made in the prior section on page 8 would also be the same language used on lines 21 and 22.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So my motion would be to reach back and clear that up.
Right. So
And this
Mr. Plum,
is-
the motion would need to reach back then and clarify that. Okay,
Conforming language.
okay,
So it would conform there as well. Thank you.
okay. It's not what you voted on? All right, so let's step back. We did not vote to have both sections, so you voted not on the governor's section, but on the complimentary licenses for charitable giving, correct? So if we want both sections amended, then you would need to bring a second motion.
I'd make that motion, Madam Chairman, that we make this language conforming throughout the statute.
Okay? So also to include the governor's complimentary license.
Yes.
Madam,
And Madam Co-Chair.
Madam Co-Chair, I just had a question with that motion because I want to be clear that we're not touching how things might work for elk, deer. So when you say throughout the statute, throughout what's mentioned in this bill dealing with the
In
big
this bill,
five.
ma'am, Madam Co-Chair. Yes, ma'am.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Haroldson. Okay. Discussion. Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, I think I'm, 50-50. We're doing this at a late hour on this bill. And my curiosity is to the director, if you have any sense, or if you do, Madam Co-Chairman, as to whether or not the task force even considered this particular topic, or if how the task force would react to it.
Madam Chair, Senator Landon, it was not discussed. I suspect that the task force would react to it similarly to the way this committee has. There'd be a lot of discussion about it, but I don't, it really hasn't come up.
It has not, Senator Landon. Representative Sweeney.
So I can understand trying to make it conforming, but now we're reaching over and telling the governor what he's going to conform to or she's going to conform to. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so what is the particular statute number for the governor's license?
So that one is specifically Wyoming statute 23-1705 subsection A.
Okay,
And that's where I believe the original discussion was had. And then I was referring back to Wyoming statute 23-1302, and that is where it discusses competitive raffles.
okay.
Excuse me.
So it's not very clear, but LSO would, they would clean this up for us in the bill draft, but Representative Jennings' motion is that the restriction would apply also to the governor's complimentary licenses in statute.
Madam Chair, that's correct. I think that we want to, and my understanding, if I understood the director correctly, this doesn't apply to anything else, only to the person that receives the license would have to fall under the same thing that all the rest of us would have to fall under. It doesn't change any procedure as to how they might obtain that license. It doesn't change anything for the nonprofit raffling it off, or that was my understanding from the director. Only to the person who receives the license, they're going to get in the same pool as the rest of us.
Okay, so for drafting clarity, we need to go to the specific page and the line that would be amended, if you could.
Yes, and I did just want to briefly address at least how I understood it. I think the original amendment that was made by Representative Jennings was in Wyoming Statute 23-1705, the governor's licenses. That was on line 15 of page 8. And how I understand it to be is that it reads prior on line 14, under commission rule and regulation, then on line 15 shall, and this would be the amended language, shall apply to a license issued pursuant to this subsection. And it would be removing on line 15, not be applicable in any manner. So that's on line 15. I believe that was the original amendment made. And then I was addressing and asking about on page 2, this is under Wyoming Statute 23-1302. This is specifically line 21 and 22. And it is very similar language as in the other one. And so it reads, just briefly, it does discuss wild bison license by Wyoming Statute 23-107. And it would also be amended to read, shall apply to a license issued pursuant to this subsection. And the language to be removed would again be not be applicable in any manner.
Okay. So we would strike not and be applicable would change to apply.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, and Representative Jennings, do you understand that to be your motion? Okay, and who seconded that motion? Okay, Representative Knapp. Further discussion on that particular motion? Senator Landon.
I apologize, but so does this motion then correct the previous motion, or is that previous motion already passed and this is an addition to?
Yes, correct. If the previous motion passed, and this would be an addition to. Further discussion? Question having been called, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Okay, moving on, Mr. Plum.
Yes.
We're on page 10.
Yes, and I believe at the bottom of page 9, just briefly.
Madam Chairman. So back on page 9, line 2, trophy game animal license, comma, and A-N-N-E, or should that be and? A-N-D or?
Mr. Plum?
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Sweeney, I do not believe, I believe it should be any because how I read this is it is valid for any big game animal license, trophy game animal license. The term any wild bison license is used to specify like specifically any wild bison as opposed to such a female or a juvenile wild bison license one. So I think it's specifically referring to like, and it's because it's any wild bison license. And then we go to or a female or calf wild bison license. So my understanding is that the and is correct.
Okay.
Goes
Thank
back
you.
to that
Thank
word
you.
Annie.
Okay.
Okay, page 10. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I had a question once again about the language. So on page 4, on page 9, line 4, issuance or reissuance to a veteran with disabilities or a person with a permanent disability. And then down on line 9 references these same people, but in different ways. So the disabled veterans or a person with permanent disability. So I would like to see those be consistent. And I believe the best consistent place is a veteran with disabilities or a person with permanent disabilities who use wheelchairs. So just making those the same in both of those line 4, 5 and lines 8, 9.
Okay, we'll give Mr. Plum a minute to check the statute, or if you've got a question or an answer to that. Use wheelchairs. So you would suggest the change, just make sure that where it says uses a wheelchair versus who use wheelchairs, is that your question?
No, the question is on line 4, it said veterans with disabilities. And on line 8 and 9, it says disabled veterans. So I would like the term to be replacing disabled veterans with disabilities. And then on line 5, it says a person with a permanent disability. On line 9, it says or persons with permanent disabilities. So I would like to see, I don't know which language is better, but maybe persons with permanent disabilities. And the who use wheelchairs is fine.
So would you like to move that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Plum, are you clear with that?
I believe so. So reading this on page 9, and yes, I am looking at it would be lines 8 through 10. It says, yeah, for disabled veterans or persons with permanent disabilities who use wheelchairs. I think and how I understand Representative Newsom's request, it'd be to make it up on line 4. It could be reissuance to disabled veterans or persons with permanent disabilities who use wheelchairs, and strike to a veteran with disabilities. Oh, am I wrong?
So, Madam Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
kind of just the opposite of that. So I would like the term that's used is veterans with disabilities throughout,
Certainly.
instead of disabled veterans.
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Newsom, yes, I think I understand. Yeah, it's just the language that are on those 2 separate lines, just replacing. So using the language that is in line 4 through 6 and just basically using that to replace the language on lines 8 through 10.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay, so it's been moved by Vice Chairman Newsom and I'll second it. Committee, do you have questions on the language? Question having been called, all those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Co-Chair, I move on page 2, line 2. My good colleague's point, I think that "and" is really odd in there. I think it just needs to be stricken. So the motion's to delete before the word any wild bison and deleting that.
Page 2, line 2.
Sorry, page 9, line 2. My
Oh,
bad.
okay.
I'm sorry, everyone. So it would say the holder of any valid big game animal license, comma, trophy game animal license, comma, any wild bison license or a female or calf wild bison license may surrender said license to the department for reissuance.
Okay, so we're
So it's
deleting and.
Deleting that "and" on line 2.
Okay. Do I have a second? Seconded by Schuler, moved by Ellis. Discussion? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay.
And Madam Chairwoman, continue on the bottom of page 9, lines 22 and 23. I mentioned this earlier and I wanted to bring to the committee's attention again. And I apologize, this is just a technology issue. The language is stricken on lines 22 and 23, and that continues on to the top of page 10. It was actually my intention to not have that language stricken, as the 5-year restrictions are still in place in other parts of the statute for the female and juvenile species. But I am seeing it on this one. So I just wanted to raise that to the committee's attention if they'd like to clarify.
So we would reinsert that stricken language, correct?
Correct. I believe that is would be the intent, and perhaps Game and Fish could also provide input on that. But I think the intent is that those 5-year restrictions would still be there if you were
Right.
to receive a cow moose license, then it's
Okay.
a 5-year restriction.
Okay, so on page 9, beginning on line 22, going through line 23 and the top of page 10, line 1, we would reinsert that stricken language. I would move that. It has been seconded by Representative Banks. Discussion, questions? Representative Newsom, did you have a question? Okay. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay.
and I apologize to the committee, but I did just want to raise this to attention. I am going backwards, back to page 2.
Okay.
I realize this was also just missed, and I believe that Game and Fish may have said that they wish to retain this line as well. But let me make sure I'm referring to the correct one. On page 2, it'd be lines 15 through 17. Again, that addresses the 5-year restriction imposed on the receipt of a moose or bighorn sheep license by Wyoming statute 23-1703B. And that language is stricken, but I believe that that may be wished to be retained as well for the same reason.
Okay, and would it be accurate if I were to just amend that motion, that previous motion, to just have it be conforming? Or would we need to go back to page 2 and move to have that stricken language reinserted?
Madam Chairman, I would recommend a second vote.
I didn't hear you, Mr. Brody, what'd you say?
I would recommend that you do consider it separately.
Okay, all right. So back on page 2, lines 15 through 17, again, we would reinsert the stricken language. I would move that.
Second.
Seconded by Ellis.
Question.
Question having been called. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, thank you, Mr. Plum. Thank you, Mr. Brody.
Madam Chairman. Okay. So then returning to continuing on page 10, at the top of the page on line 3, here I just included bighorn sheep, wild bison, or moose as to be to conform with the rest of these changes made in this bill.
Okay.
And then continuing on to Wyoming statute 23-2-101, this is also just some minor change. These are some conforming amendments that were made regarding that. It does say discriminate between residents and non-residents regarding, the maturity. And I changed it to and horn size so that I could remove or sex of the animals, as there is some differentiation between male and female of the species in this section.
Okay. Madam Chairman?
Madam Co-Chair, I move to reinsert the deleted which and then remove that on lines 16 and 17 on page 10.
So on page 10, line 16, reinsert which. And tell me again the.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So it would read the animals which may be taken instead of that may be taken.
Okay, so and then delete that. Okay. I'll second it. Discussion? Question having been called. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. Page 11.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairwoman. So on page 11, beginning on, it's line 4, this is Wyoming statute 23-2-107, which specifically addresses wild bison licenses. So this language, subsection F, this is the intro. And so essentially what I did here to try and clarify and simplify this section, I included language to allow that female or calf wild bison licenses. If you are issued one of those, you'd be ineligible to receive or to apply for or receive a license for the female or calf bison in the immediately following 5 years. And this is just in keeping with the 5-year restrictions for the females or the juveniles of wild bison specifically. But I think that goes along with the other restrictions for moose and bighorn sheep. And so there was other language in here. And that is what section 2 on line 11 is it is repealing so that it's still within the same section 23-2-107F. It's just removing 1 and 2 because as I understood it and was going through here, bull bison are now under the lifetime restrictions. And then it just is simplifying F to put the female or calf species and just putting it into F there. And it's just cleaning up that language, trying to make it more clear. And so that is why I included the staff comment to show the other language, but it just was really,
Okay.
trying to clarify and simplify.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Madam Chairman,
Who said that?
Madam Chairman,
Mr.
sorry.
Brody, sorry.
Neighbor Wilson over here. I would just note that the committee in a prior amendment did refer to the female as a cow for wild bison, whereas in this provision, you've referred to the female as a female. So the committee may wish to consider whether you should make that consistent and make it, a cow here as opposed to female.
So moved, Madam. Okay, it's been so moved and seconded. Okay.
Question.
Everybody's clear? All right. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed? Motion carries. And then finally on page 12, section 3 and 4.
Section 3, yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. On line 10 on page 12, section 3 is just that the Game and Fish Commission shall promulgate all rules necessary. And this date of January 1st, 2023, that was recommended by Game and Fish. And then beginning on line 14 is section 4, and these are just the effective dates.
Okay. Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. A question for LSO on page 12, line 19. Do we need to say and for? We clarify that section 3 takes effect immediately. But then we refer back to section 4, which has a different effective date. And I'm just a little curious, am I reading that wrong?
Mr. Plum?
Yes, thank you, Madam Co-Chairman and Madam Co-Chairwoman.
Madam Chairman, I would recommend that the July 1st, 2022 effective date be changed to the time where the commission is supposed to have the provisions ready for implementation of January 1st, 2023. But those two dates should be the same.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
No, Mr. Chairman, I understand where the authorization that we're trying to require effective immediately is giving Game and Fish the ability to start writing rules the day this is signed. So it makes sense that we say section B is effective immediately. And then the rest of it is July 1st. To me, that makes sense. But I think it's striking on line 19 and 4. But I want to make sure that's right. We do this all the time. It just looks a little odd.
Madam Chairman, that is just simply a drafting convention of LSO. The reason we make 4 effective partially in a later date and partially immediately is just so that the portion of section 4 that implements the immediate effective date is in itself effective immediately. There was certainly discussion internally in LSO whether we needed to be that maybe prescriptive and how we define these effective sections of bills, but that is the rationale for it. It's purely mechanical.
Makes sense. Okay, further questions or discussion, committee? I guess if there are none, I guess we'll have a roll call then on the bill. Go ahead, Carla.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. On the motion, I'll call roll. Senator Garou.
No.
Senator Landon. Senator Salzar. Senator Schuler. Representative Banks.
Aye.
Representative Haroldson.
Aye.
Representative Williams. Representative Jennings.
Aye.
Representative Knapp.
Aye.
Representative Newsom. Representative Sweeney.
No.
Representative Winter. Co-Chairwoman Ellis.
Aye.
Co-Chairwoman Flitner.
Aye.
Chairwoman, you have 3 noes and the rest are ayes.
Okay, thank you, Carla. All right, with that committee, we will take a long overdue
Madam Co-Chair?
break. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Madam Co-Chair, just a comment, we've made some changes about the applicability of the once in a lifetime to the competitive raffles and then the governor's that provision. And so I would just ask, when the task force meets again, certainly that's feedback I'd be interested in knowing is what kind of reaction the task force has to that. And then the other is, as we in the future grapple with some of the other issues related to elk, deer, and antelope, I think our goal is to make this simpler, this statute. And I remember when we worked this last time, it was, this 90%, then the 75%. And then there was all these tables and matrices that my colleagues developed, and it was confusing. It wasn't clear. And so I'm a little saddened that this doesn't quite get after some of that. And I don't know if there's a way, but, to Representative Haraldson's point, some of this language is really hard to follow. So if the commission or the task force rather, wanted to offer things that make it simpler and easier to read and follow, I think that would be something I certainly would welcome for future work.
So it is 11:16. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, I was just kind of like brain dead. Do you pass on the bill? You pass with the minutes?
Yeah, so I would say as a, but I guess just for future, so certainly not.
You're burning both ends.
No, that's right. Oh, really? Oh, that's nice.
Certainly want to.
That's good. Thank you. Bio, but biogas, have you tried that on biogas?
It's good to get the.
We needed to spend time reading it.
It's what our committees, all right, committee, we will come back to order. My apologies for being off schedule, but we did good work, I think, on the last bill, so I appreciate everybody's hard work and efforts. And so Director Nesbitt, let's move on to aquatic invasive species inspection enforcement.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Brody. Oh, I'm
just a
sorry.
small point of business. The little confusion we had this morning with regard to that last bill and the bill lines. Our systems aren't talking well to each other. So in front of you, you see a new version of the aquatic invasive species bill. The reason you're being provided that new copy is that it will line up with the copy of the bill that is publicly available and the one that is on our website. So that's the reason you now have that extra copy that doesn't have the 3 hole punches in it.
So the version 5 is what we should be looking at. Okay, oh, they're both versions. Okay, so no holes. Get the one with no holes. Okay. And I forgot to ask also, are we back on live feed? Okay, all right. So we are back in committee and we will proceed with aquatic invasive species inspection enforcement. Everybody has the right version in front of them. And Chairman Ellis, did you have any thoughts before we proceed with this?
No, Madam Co-Chair. So you'll recall at our last meeting in Du Bois, this was on our agenda, and there was one key piece of information that I was a little unclear on. And for this concept of strict liability, it was really how much time before, if someone contaminates our waterways with watercraft, before it actually shows up and is detectable. And I think the information we received at our last meeting was it could take up to 2 years. And so I really wanted to let that marinate in my thinking of just how that would work if you did have a violator, particularly someone who was out of state. And then 2 years later, we have to go back and maybe find them and see if we can reach them and bring them to court, if you will. So that was something I did want to think a little bit more about, but I think it would be good for us to kind of walk through this bill again. But that 2-year timeframe really has, I wish it was a little shorter in time. I would feel more comfortable with this bill, but that's just biology and reality, and that's not something we can control. So, Madam Co-Chair, I didn't know if you wanted LSO or the department to walk us through the bill or the commission.
Mr. Brody, are you, you're on board to help us with this as well, right? Okay, and Director Nesbitt, go ahead. Let's just kind of take a high dive look at this. So,
You bet, Madam Chair. I'm just going to have Chief Osterlin kind of hit the high points on each page, and then
okay,
we'll stop at any time you need us to. And Mr. Brody, please jump in if there's anything we get wrong here. So.
thank you, Chief.
Madam Chair, committee members, thank you. So starting out at page 1, it's no changes. Moving to page 2 on the enforcement, you'll see another section under 23.4.203, where it indicates that, for instance, if a person who is lawfully stopped by a peace officer or game warden out in the water and is seen that they have not stopped at a check station and had not been inspected for AIS, they shall report within 48 hours within being stopped and have the conveyance inspected for aquatic invasive species. Any person that fails to report check station with 48 hours shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. It's a high misdemeanor punishable by imprisonment up to 1 year, a fine of not less than $1,000 nor more than $15,000 or both.
Okay.
Moving on to 23.4.205, going to page 3. You'll see on line 5, there's a new portion that prescribes exceptions as specified in subsection C of this section. Moving down to line 11, subsection C is the new draft portion of the bill.
Which is line 15 for our version. Sorry, Chief.
Okay.
Bless you.
This is the one that's got the right stuff.
All right.
I took your copy.
You gotta watch that guy.
He always does it. Okay, line 15. In addition to any civil penalties prescribed. In subsection B, any person that violates Wyoming statute 23-4-202A or subsection I or 23-4-203 subsection B by failing to have the conveyance inspected at AIS check station shall be strictly liable in the amount not to exceed $25,000 for damage associated with the eradication of an aquatic invasive species introduced into the waters of the state. Commission or the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources may bring a civil action in any court of competent jurisdiction and shall be entitled to collect the damages authorized by this subsection upon showing. Moving down to line 15 of page 4, subsection I is a new portion. That the person violating statute 23-4-202A in subsection I or 23-4-203 subsection B by failing to have the conveyance inspected at an AIS check station as required, and that the aquatic invasive species under subsection II was positively identified in a body of water that had previously not had a positive identification. And for Wyoming, that's all our waters thus far. For that aquatic invasive species for zebra mussels and quagga mussels within, and there's where Co-Chair Ellis has mentioned about the time period following the person's conveyance having made contact with the body of water. So as the director mentioned, 2 years is what we recommend, and a background on that. There's 2 different stages. There's the larval phase of the zebra mussel. We'll just talk about those right now. And say, for instance, a larval phase or these veligers that are microscopic come in on a boat, and that boat also has live zebra mussels on it. Goes to Glendale, is contacted out there, goes back to its check station, is decontaminated. So if there's a larval phase in those veligers, it takes them up to a couple years to reach adulthood. Once it reaches adulthood, then they can reproduce up to 1 million eggs every year. If an adult were to drop off into the system and survive, it would probably be the next year where we could see positive reproduction. So 2 years would be the optimal if the villagers are what's introduced into the water. And section 5, no other changes, or on page 5, no other changes. With that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So, committee. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wondered about the 2 years. I assume you guys had probably done some research with, or maybe looked at other states to see if that's something similar that they're doing. But just kind of wondered if you could elaborate just a little bit more on that, where you got your information. Chief?
Senator Schuler, I'm not aware of any other states that have a strict liability statute like this. Part of that reason is a lot of the Midwestern states that, so our 2 major sources of zebra mussels and quagga mussels coming towards our border are the Missouri main stem, South Dakota, North Dakota, and then Lake Powell for the quagga mussels. So those states already have it, and not as concerned about the moving around. You know, we're kind of right in the west here with us and Idaho and Montana, Colorado, Washington, Oregon. We don't have them yet, New Mexico and thankfully. And of the other western states, I'm not aware of any other strict liability statutes like this.
Do you have a question? Representative Haroldson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be completely honest with you on page 3, line 15 through 424. I struggle with that. I mean, we're playing a gotcha game now. Or it's, I don't know about you, but and please hear my heart on this. We need to protect our waterways at all costs. I agree 100% on that, but I feel sorry for if someone did something foolish and didn't get checked and then they have a 2-year sitting on the edge of their seat wondering if they're going to have a $25,000 fine. I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know. I think that the page 2, 7 through 19 is a good concept. I think if we find someone, they have a 48-hour window to make sure they get checked. And if not, there's a lot of recourse that we can bring against them. I think that's really good. But I'll be honest with you, if it was a situation where we knew in the next 3 weeks, if there's going to be aquatic mussels in a reservoir they go into, yeah, absolutely. We could probably put something of this nature. But as it is currently, I think that that we would be doing something, I don't know, I think we'd be doing something that'd be a little underhanded personally.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Ellis?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I would agree with those comments. I think if the period wasn't 2 years, I'd be a little more comfortable with this idea, but there are 2 ideas in this bill. I mean, the first is current statute already provides a penalty if you fail to get your watercraft checked, when the fine is up to $10,000 and up to 1 year imprisonment. So that is already provided for as an existing penalty. What you see on page 2 with K is an additional, we're really trying to get you to get your stuff inspected. And so that is a very separate concept and one that I think we should probably continue to discuss in this committee. And if it moves today, I think that's appropriate. But as for the rest of the strict liability, just because of the 2-year time frame, I'm not inclined to support that strict liability concept. You'll see on page 3 and through 4. So,
okay, thank you. Senator Salazar and then Senator Landon.
Yeah, I guess I would just like to echo those thoughts myself. I'm having trouble with the fine and the hurdle, and I also am not inclined to support this bill. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And I actually was going to direct a little bit of a question to the attorney on our committee, and she's already spoken. And so I appreciated those comments. And I kind of fall where my good friends do on the other side of the room. I just am not sure legally how this would even work. You know, if I get pulled over and I've got a little kayak that, they discover something, as the representative pointed out, now I've got to wait and hope that Ray Rocks or Al Culver or something doesn't get one of those, because they're going to track back and say, well, it must have been that Landon guy, 2 years later. And then I've got to call the attorney and say, Madam Attorney, I'm in trouble. So I really struggle with this penalty phase of the bill.
Committee, further discussion? Okay, so just so I'm clear, Madam Chairman, is it subsection C on page 3? Is that the only area of the bill that you struggle with? Would we be fine with the rest of the bill if, or bill in its entirety?
thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So I think if you look at page 2 in that new section K, this is a separate idea. This is, your second chance, if you will. So I think if we only wanted to focus on K, we could delete the rest, I think, of starting on page 2, line 21, these penalties. Because paragraph B that's on lines 1 through 13 on page 3, that's a conforming amendment. And then that new language C, going on to the next page, that all deals with the strict liability. So I think you could delete that. We could, if we wanted to, just today for discussion, talk about an additional penalty for a person who has already been dinged once and still just doesn't get it and doesn't go get their watercraft inspected. So that's, I think, a more manageable bill in my view. Or maybe the additional fines are not enough or too much in your view. Those kind of things, I'm happy to, if we wanted to talk about them today.
Okay.
I'd be curious to know if committee has appetite to take up an additional penalty for that person who doesn't gets dinged, but still doesn't go back.
Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And just, another thought occurred to me, and I appreciate that suggestion that we may want to consider, additional penalties. And I think that's worth a conversation. It does bear remembering that sometimes we pass laws that while they are maybe difficult to enforce, they're billboard laws. And so that's something to think about and consider as well. Really, what we're trying to do here is to elevate this issue to all of those sportsmen out there with boats or any other watercraft, any other kind of craft that's going to come in contact with those waterways. And so if people know that, wow, Wyoming's got a heck of a fine on this thing, that they could come after us. So there is, I just wanted to add, sometimes there is merit to considering something that while it's difficult to enforce, it can serve as a billboard law.
Okay. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I totally appreciate that and do want to look at the fines because how on page 3 with this language going over to page 4, how on earth could you, even 2 years later, tie it back to that specific watercraft after it had been checked 48 hours later? I just can't see how that's possible, and would appreciate, a little conversation around that.
Sure, Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney, the answer to your question is we couldn't. And this is, I think the intent, this was a novel idea. This wasn't an idea we particularly, we didn't dream this up. We didn't come up with the concept here, but as we worked with LSO to try to develop this strict liability idea, I think the thought is that, well, if you screwed up and you brought them to the lake and it was potentially you, and there's no way to directly tie it back to you. But if you were possibly part of the problem, if you're possibly the person that brought it, you're going to be held strictly liable for screwing up. I think that was the whole idea behind this. The 2-year time frame is really, again, we thought if this is going to actually be effective, 6 months doesn't work. If it happens, we only test the waters once a year. And as Chief Osterlin talked about, when they're in our law reforms, the chances of detecting them are very small. It's going to take a while to find them if they show up. So again, just to go back to your initial question, I don't think there's a way. You could certainly talk about this thing called eDNA, but they're all going to have the same DNA most likely at some point. I don't know how much detail they can ferret out with DNA. I just don't know, but I don't know that it was ever really the concept to actually prove who brought it, but to say if you were potentially the person that brought it, you're going to be held with this significant penalty.
Follow up, Madam
Yes, sir.
Chairman. So back to Senator Landon's comment about the billboard concept, that's more the thought process behind that section.
Yeah, I think it's, intended to be a deterrent. Oh, wow, they take this really serious in Wyoming. Let's not do this.
And I think we all agree with that. Committee, further, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I mean, we're already over on our agenda for sake of time. I think if we go back into, sounds like we're almost wanting to start back at the beginning on this. I mean, I understand I'm kind of stepping out here, but I'd almost move to table this for the time being until we can think through and figure out. And I understand it slides into next year. I get that, but I would hate to do something poor and bring something poor onto the floor.
Okay, it's been moved to table the bill. It's been seconded.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Brody.
This may not be the case, looking around the room, but we haven't, or the committee hasn't provided any opportunity for public comment quite yet. So I wasn't sure if that was on the plan.
And then, Madam Co-Chair, just another option would be it could not advance for lack of a motion. That could happen. So, but I do think we need to open this
Sure.
up for public comment.
And so with that, before we proceed, let's take public comment on this bill. If there's anybody online first, do we have anybody? Nobody online. Anybody in the room here to provide comment? No? Okay.
Madam Chairman, this is serious enough and we weren't successful in getting $100,000 to bolster the efforts, during the last session for some reason. But I am not in favor of tabling it. I would more rather go with the good co-chairs concept and at least be able to put something forward that we do take this very seriously, because the ramifications, if this happens, are huge to our infrastructure.
Okay. Further discussion? Senator Landon?
Madam Chairman, I just had a thought and wondered if maybe our legal staff could help us on this. I'm not sure that a motion to table doesn't supersede everything else. I'm wondering if we just tabled the bill inadvertently, we may have to bring it back if we did, but maybe if anybody over behind me knows.
Madam Chairman, I believe Senator Landon is correct. And also, I believe that motion that was just made to table is still active before the body, so it would have to be dispensed with before any further action by the committee would be appropriate.
Representative Jennings?
Madam Chairman, could we ask? I can't remember, but I kind of think this is not debatable even.
It's not.
I don't think it is, and it doesn't need a second.
So with that, then the motion to table is on the floor. All those in favor, please show of hands. 4, all those opposed, same sign. Motion fails. Okay, so committee, what's your pleasure?
Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, did we have anyone that wanted to offer public comment?
We did
No.
not.
Madam Chair, I move the bill.
Okay. Been moved by Ellis, seconded by Landon. Let's work the bill. Page 1. So Madam Co-Chair, if we were to amend the bill as you had suggested earlier, would we need to then make an amend the first page?
Madam Co-Chair, I'd wait till we get to page 2, 3.
Okay, all right.
That's it conforming on 1.
Okay, so then page 2.
Madam Co-Chair,
Yes.
I move that we delete, starting on the bottom of page 2, line 21 through 22, all of page 3, all of page 4. And then on 5, let's start there. This would just delete the, well, I guess on page 5, lines 1 through 5. This would delete the strict liability concept. And it would leave the bill to just be an additional penalty for someone who has already got dinged for not getting their watercraft inspected and still doesn't take it serious.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
Yeah.
Senator Landon?
So, Madam Chairman, thank you. I'm going to support the motion and had the same thought, but I would just remind the committee, we can work this bill. I mean, if we wanted to return anything to this bill beyond what we have, at least we have that vehicle going forward. And so I intend to support the motion. I think I'll support the bill just so that we have the opportunity to continue the discussions.
Okay.
And Madam Co-Chair, just to clarify the amendment, then there would be a conforming amendment on page 1, lines 4 through 5, talking about inspecting or imposing strict liability. That LSO would make that conforming amendment.
Yes. Okay. Further discussion, question on the motion? Representative Jennings?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Trying to get my aquatic species in order. But as I was reading this, and I'm supportive of the motion, but if you go back to 23-4 on line 13, I would like to point out that the penalties are already in place there. It is 23, it references you then to 23-6-202. And it has two references there. One is any person who has been convicted or pleaded guilty to any offense under this act may be fined, sentenced, or to the county jail or both as follows. And Roman numerat number 2 says up to 10,000, to which may be added imprisonment up to 1 year. So essentially, we're very, very close to what's already in statute for the penalty. And so as far as I can see, the only thing we're doing is putting a bottom floor in at 1,000, and we're raising the top from 10 to 15. Sure what it looks like to me. So Madam Co-Chair.
Yeah. So maybe we'll get to that when if we vote on this motion to delete the strict liability. And then I think we can clarify, I think what K would do. It's not quite that.
Okay.
Question?
Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Ellis's motion, please show of hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So Representative Jennings, did you have a motion then? Or Chairman Ellis?
Madam Co-Chair, just to clarify, so the reference that my colleague is talking about is 23-6-202A Romanet 2. And that says if you don't get your watercraft inspected, you could be fined up to $10,000 and 1 year imprisonment. That's kind of the end of the story of your possible fine or penalty. What K would do would say, okay, we've already busted you on that, and you're still not going to get it inspected. So there's an additional penalty for you failing to not do it again. Is my understanding. Is that, and that's how I read K. So am I reading that correctly?
Madam Chairman, yes. I guess maybe one thing to raise is that general applicability penalty provision that's currently in statute certainly could apply to this newly created subsection K as well. So you could have that initial penalty of $10,000 and 1 year in prison for the initial violation. And then depending on the will of the committee, the penalty for this new provision in subsection K could simply be that same $10,000 and 1 year in prison. The language here deviates from that general concept and imposes, as Representative Jennings commented, the floor of 1,000, the ceiling of 15,000, and the 1 year in prison.
Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I guess my next question to the co-chair or staff would be, are we saying in this part that the person could get a $10,000 fine, 1 year in jail? They didn't take their boat back to be inspected, and now we can fine them 15,000 more and another year in jail? Am I reading that correctly?
Chairman Ellis.
Correct. Representative Jennings. Madam Co-Chair,
That's pretty tight.
rather than tabling this bill, I do want to have a little conversation about this, because I do think that just increasing penalties doesn't always ensure compliance. But this is a little different of a concept. I mean, this is, you got busted and you have someone telling you, go do this immediately, and then willfully not. And so that is the question of like how serious we are about protecting our waterways. The second piece of it is, to LSO's point, is we could just say, if you don't do it within 48 hours, you could be subject to the penalty provisions, period. But then you could be up to, that's a separate infraction. So that could be up to 20,000 in 2 years, right? That's kind of what we're trying to get away from, is that 20,000 2 years with this, to try and encourage that compliance. So I just wanted to kind of throw that idea out there. Another alternative, which hasn't been discussed, which I'm sitting here thinking about, is if not a penalty, then if we wanted to keep working this idea, is what if we ban them from ever getting a state parks permit or look at hunting, revoking hunting privileges. So we could keep working on this bill. We do have one more meeting. If the penalty isn't quite, if it's a monetary and jail time that's not quite getting you, I think that there's still some idea here that could be worked.
I agree. And I think just for edification too, Director Nesbitt, please remind the committee too, at what cost to the states has been the zebra mussel? I mean, we're talking in billions, millions.
Yeah, we're talking in the, Madam Chair, in the millions of dollars per body of water on an annual basis.
Right. So bear that in mind when it seems like this is harsh. The whole point is to try to make it very clear that in Wyoming, we are very serious about this and we cannot bear the risk. And it's not just the fact that it would harm our waterways. It could get into municipal water systems, which is where you really get into those irrigation systems, right? So, okay, we have a motion on the table? No,
Okay, move the bill.
you did. We've moved the bill. Do we have further discussion? Further amendments? Do I hear a question being called?
Madam Co-Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Co-Chair, I have grappled with this. When we met in Du Bois, I was not comfortable with where it was. I really spent some time thinking about this. I do think that having an additional stick might be helpful because then we could, again, strengthen our hopeful deterrent message to, and this is primarily out of state people who aren't getting their watercraft check from recollection of testimony we received. But this would provide, I don't like this notion of we've dinged someone and they're willfully not going to get inspected again. This provides a lesser fine than just putting 2 charges on them. So I do like that aspect of it. But I don't like this notion of letting people come into our state, getting warned, and then them disregarding that warning to go get their watercraft inspected. So I'm an aye on this bill as it's drafted. Certainly, you know, we can, if it advances, can just talk about other deterrents and other ideas, but in its form today, I'm comfortable with paragraph K.
Okay. Further discussion? Question? Okay, question having been called, let's take a roll call. Carla?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The motion is a do pass on LSO aquatic invasive species inspection enforcement bill with amendment. Senator Guru.
Excuse.
Senator Landon. Senator Salzar. Senator Schuler. Representative Banks.
Aye.
Representative Haroldson.
No.
Representative Williams. Representative Jennings. Representative Knapp. Representative Newsom. Representative Sweeney.
Aye.
Representative Winter. Chairwoman Senator Ellis.
Aye.
Chairwoman Representative Flitner.
Aye. Okay,
You have 1 excused, 2 noes.
thank you, Carla. Okay, and we are way off schedule. So thank you, Director Nesbitt. and
Madam
both
Chair, I
of
did
them.
want to say
Appreciate it.
quickly that I'd really
Yes.
appreciate this committee's just laser focused attention on this issue and really trying to find a way to help. I know it's really tough work, but I really appreciate, and so does the department, what the committee is going through here to try to keep our state free of these things.
Yeah, well, thank you, Director, and your department as well for all the work that you all have done. Thank you, as well as the rest of the state agencies that have partnered with that effort. So our next agenda item is Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, and then we also have outdoor rec office funding option. And obviously, we're not going to get to all of that. It's noon. But there are people here, obviously, who are here to testify to our agenda items. Director Nesbitt, or not Nesbitt, but Westby. Are you prepared at this point, or do you want to take a break, or it's noon now? Okay, committee, are you fine, or, okay, let's carry on then. State Parks boys are at the table. LX Bar Ranch status update and permanent access discussion.
Madam Chairman, at the last committee meeting, you asked for an update on the status of the LX Bar Ranch. That has been provided to you in the 3-page handout in the packet, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone has about that update.
Committee questions? For Deputy Director, Representative Sweeney?
On the LX, so on the different costs of improvements, where do those funds, where would the funds come from? I mean, the single span bridge is a huge expense. So.
Madam Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I think that's a big part of the question. Where would the funds come from? At this point, we value our role as stewards of our cultural resources and take it very seriously. We spent several $100,000 about 5 years ago to stabilize the site and to put it in a condition where it wouldn't deteriorate as fast. But to get it up to the standards that we have for our existing historic sites is going to cost a considerable amount of money. And one of the things that we're doing, as opposed to spending this $10 million and change here, is we're exploring other options, right? Are there other ways that we can continue to stabilize the site, perhaps continue to develop the site in small ways by allowing public access to it, while still being cost conscious and thinking about our responsibilities to be good stewards of the state's resources as well. So one of the reasons that this hasn't progressed any farther is because we haven't dedicated the funding to it.
And thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a follow up, the laundry list this morning, I worry about putting additional burden on the department and our budget. And while I agree, we need to maintain these sites, but for the amount of visitors, and I wasn't familiar with this particular site, looked it up online. Quite an opportunity there, but how much will it produce and for the amount of exposure in that spot? So thank you.
What do you not need from this committee? Was this just an update, or were you hoping for?
Madam Chairman, this is just an update. I believe Senator Landon may have asked for an update at the last committee meeting. And so we just put together a document showing what we've done so far and what our projected costs are at a maximum to get the site up and running.
Was this a gift to state parks, this site?
I apologize,
Was
Madam
this
Chairman,
a-
I can't.
Was this a gift to state parks, this site? Was it a gift?
Introduce yourself.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Conrado Denise, Construction and Engineering Manager for State Parks. Good afternoon, I guess I can officially say. This site was gifted to us in 2016. Yes, essentially.
State Parks gets a lot of gifts that become a big responsibility. Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And I apologize, I'm not hearing very well. But I think you said that, yes, it was a gift. And if memory serves, this gift came about 10 years ago. We've got only about a year or two to make these changes. Otherwise, do I have it correct that property then goes back to the ownership? It's not like we can just let it sit there. We either provide the access or we lose the property. Isn't that the case that we're looking at here?
Madam Chair, Senator Landon. So about 10 years ago is when the process began to take a look at this property and the feasibility of it coming to us. It actually wasn't gifted to us until 2016. However, part of that gift to us was the access, the public access. The adjacent landowners basically negotiated with the state to allow us an easement to the property. Part of that easement included public access, which is the time limitation that you're discussing. I believe, and I'd have to go back and look, but I believe from the day it was gifted to us, 2016, we would have a certain number of years to allow the public to get to that, to the actual structures. That's kind of what we're running up to against is how do we move forward, you know, in a cost-effective manner and allow the public to enjoy this beauty within the given timeframe that we have remaining.
So, Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just to follow up, a couple of things. One of the reasons that I thought we ought to look at this and get any thoughts from our department is, you know, you don't want to let that thing just go away without at least finding out what it would have taken to get this property up to, you know, to hanging on to. So I'm not sensing a whole lot of promotion on the part of our state parks and cultural resources, but maybe I'm misreading that. I don't know the property, and I wish the committee would have an opportunity to see it, but we don't. So we've got to rely on you gentlemen to help us understand it. Is this worth hanging on to? And if so, does this committee need to get behind a budget proposal and get it to the appropriations committee on behalf of state parks? Or just on behalf of the public? Does that make sense? That's kind of where we're at with
Does make
this
sense,
committee.
yes.
We really have a situation where we either prove up on it or we're going to lose it.
Mhm. Deputy Director.
Madam Chairman, Senator Landon, if I could clarify a little bit, we are not in danger of losing the site itself. We're in danger of only losing that easement access, right? So the site will remain part of our agency going forward. We have to start the process of creating this new access, whether it be a parking lot or a bridge or something. We have to start it within the 10 years. So that has to begin before 2026. 2026. It does not have to be completed. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So can that be a footbridge?
Madam Chairman, Senator Landon, that's certainly one of the options that we've looked at, that we've gotten a price on.
Vice Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am maybe one of the few people that have been to this site, and it is awesome. When I was on the Office of Tourism Board, we did a tour and we got to it through fording the river. And so access is a big issue with this site, but it is remarkable. And I would suggest that we make every effort to provide access. I mean, the buildings there are incredible, and it was quite the showplace at the time. Thank you. Wouldn't you agree?
So again, I guess because I'm not clear, would you need this committee to draft a letter to the Appropriations Committee for you to proceed funding opportunities to try to at least provide at least the cheapest version of a bridge, or in order for you guys to proceed with the process?
Madam Chairman, I'm going to ask Director Westby to come up and answer that question.
Okay.
Madam Chairwoman, Darren Westby, Director of State Parks and Cultural Resources. Thank you for that question. By putting together this memo, it kind of brought everything back together again as to exactly what is the scope of us getting the property to where we would like to see it. The access easement goes away in 2026 if we don't act upon it, which it was very generous by the adjacent landowner to offer that up in the agreement. Definitely understand the 10-year cycle on why he wanted to keep us moving on it. But as you start looking to go across that river, it's 350 foot long bridge. Those aren't cheap. And so being the fiscal conservatives that we are, we looked at the price tag and go, wow, we don't know that we can look anybody in the eye and say that it's worth, $10 million to to get across that river for potentially 1,000 people, maybe a year, and that might be generous. It's tough to get to in terms of distance. It's out in the middle of nowhere. It's an amazingly historic ranch for the state of Wyoming, definitely worth preserving. But it's difficult for us to look you all in the eye and say, yes, please go after $10 million for us to get after this building. It's definitely worth saving for some point in the future if we can find an option for that property that could be conducive to operations, whether it be tourism related, whether it be art related, whether it be anything related, to get some traction for that building. But it's definitely difficult for us right now to have these guys, we thump them all the time, be fiscally conscious, do your due diligence, and then having a $10 million price tag, me telling them to, yeah, let's go after it. I have a hard time with it. And so with that, I feel bad for the local representatives and senators up there that have been calling me about the LX Bar Ranch, saying I'd love to help and do more, but I just have a hard time doing it. So.
Senator Landon, do you have further thoughts?
Madam Co-Chairman, thank you. I really appreciate that, Director, and all of you for providing us at least with the background. That way, if we hear about it, we know what the situation is. And you did a great job of reflecting where we are right now as a state. And tough as it is, sometimes, you can't do all that you'd like to do. So appreciate it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would echo that. I appreciate that comment. I have visited the site as well, and it's impressive, but it's very, very difficult to get to. It's remote and the topography going out there is not easy. So in looking at restoring something, you have to ask the question, for what purpose? If people aren't going to get there and people aren't going to see it, at what level do you keep on to that restoration project? So I appreciate the candid response and would agree with that.
Thank you.
Chairwoman Flitner, if I could just really quick on those comments, Representative Knapp, I appreciate that. But it doesn't preclude us from having our due diligence and our duties to stabilize and maintain that property for future generations, to the economic climate, the mentality around that site, the access getting to it might get easier. I'd sure hate for it to fall down around its ears and future generations not have the opportunity to act on it. And so I appreciate that comment too.
All right, let's move on then. Mountain bikes, trail use fee discussion.
Madam Chairwoman, Dave Glenn, Deputy Director, Wyoming State Parks, Historic Sites and Trails. Excuse me. We talked very briefly at the last meeting kind of about the funding for non-motorized trails in the state of Wyoming. Right now, they are mostly on the backs of the motorized users. Motorized users, and to some degree, hunters and anglers, pay for the non-motorized trails that are created in Wyoming. A little history, about 5 years ago, there was a bill before this committee to discuss the idea of a non-motorized fee bill. Very similar with our motorized fee bill, where the federal agencies, state agencies, communities could enroll a trail. You pay a certain fee to use that trail. Those monies would go right back to maintenance and building of new trails. And it wasn't ready for prime time. There were a lot of users. When you start talking about not just mountain bikes, but hikers, climbers, horse packers, and other folks, we ran our trap lines, but we could not come to a consensus. Some groups wanted money to go to education. Others wanted it to go to other things. We kind of took a step back. We still believe that is a nice way to move forward in the future, but we kind of took a step back and said, well, the motorized trail program has been incredibly successful. So successful that the snowmobiling community has come to this committee and said, we want you to charge us more because we see the money going to the ground. It's a user fee. We use it. We'll pay more to do it. And that bill was passed 5 or 6 years ago to increase those fees. We took a step back and said, well, maybe we should just look at doing this on state parks and some designated state lands as well, working with OSLI to maybe determine some locations where we could charge a fee, put some money to the ground, let people see
the value as those trails grew and expanded and were maintained well. We've kind of had a lot of discussions about this recently, and I believe we haven't run our trap lines yet. We need to go back out to the communities. We need to go back out to the NGOs. We need to go back out to our constituents and say, what do you want? And sit down and maybe spend a year, maybe it's an interim topic next year, where we sit down and have them come to you saying, this is what we would like to see, with us facilitating that conversation. It may be just state parks or state lands, or it may be another shot at this non-motorized fee bill that's statewide, looking forward. From our perspective, the Outdoor Recreation Office within state parks, it's probably one of our highest priorities and one of the most asked for things out there is how do we get money to build more trails? How do we keep people in our communities longer so we can have them eat one more cheeseburger and stay one more night at the hotel? So we believe it's worth going forward, but we also feel we need to kind of run our trap lines a little bit more so we can come to you with a project that the communities, the NGOs, and our constituents can support.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Deputy Director Glenn. Committee questions or discussion? Great. Well, I guess that's it. You guys are off the hook.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Westby. Appreciate it. Sorry to be off schedule. All right, we have one more item on our morning agenda.
Madam Chairman, would you like to have
Oh,
public comment?
I'm sorry. Yeah, is there anybody here to provide public comment on these topics? My apologies. Anybody online? Nobody cares about us. All right, Outdoor Recreation Office funding option, Department of State Parks, Director Westby. Vice Chairman Newsom, did you have a comment you'd like to?
I do. After quite a bit of discussion with people in the community and my constituents and others, I think that I am still committed to finding a funding source for outdoor recreation, but I don't know that it's this one. What I have found is that the money from the lottery goes to cities and towns and the counties, and that scratch tickets would cannibalize the sale of traditional lottery tickets. So what we would be doing with this particular, if we would enact scratch tickets, we would be diminishing the amount of money that would go to cities and towns and counties through the lottery sales. I think that maybe scratch tickets are still something to pursue, but until I can solve this, how do we keep the counties and cities whole with their portion? Because there'll just be more money spent on scratch tickets. I would like to see us not take action on this particular bill at this particular time.
Okay. Committee, anybody else have any thoughts on the scratch ticket on this? Before we do anything, do we have Representative Sweeney?
So in that, does that mean we're not going to move forward on scratch tickets at all, Madam Chairman?
Representative Sweeney, I believe that is the Vice Chairman's wish, is that we would probably take no action on this particular bill. But before we do that, though, we do need to take some public comment. But I believe that is what Vice Chairman Newsom was
Madam
suggesting.
Chairman, Representative Sweeney, yes, that's the intent, my intent.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Brody, do we have anybody online who is here to testify on this piece of legislation, this draft?
Madam Chairman, we have Terry Armitage online. Then I think we may have some folks in the audience.
Okay.
And then just another housekeeping, you were handed another version of that bill. That is due to the kind of technology issue we discovered this morning. So that's why you have an extra copy.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, let's bring in our virtual testimony first. Maybe.
Madam Chairman, he has been admitted to the room. So I believe if he unmutes and turns on his camera, he should be able to.
Okay, According to staff, you've been admitted, so just unmute and turn your video, your camera on. Well, let's, maybe we'll hold off on that. We'll go with testimony in the room, and then if we can work that out, we'll come back. So if anybody is here, please step forward. Director Westby.
Chairwoman Flitner, committee, thank you. Again, Darren Westby, Director of State Parks and Cultural Resources, on an effort of trying not to come across as a lobbying. I want to say that we are continuously trying to find sources of funding for the Office Outdoor Recreation to get out there and start building more potential outdoor recreation products, just same as State Parks is. And so as much as we can hustle funds, we're going to put money in the ground in those communities in which we serve throughout the state of Wyoming. And so we're hopeful that at some point we can find the sources of revenue streams that can actually start building a good outdoor recreation product throughout the state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director. Go ahead, come on. No, come on up. No, go ahead. Sit down. Go ahead, turn your mic on and then introduce yourself for the committee's sake.
All right, I think I'm on.
You
Madam
are.
Chair, members of the committee, I'm John Clontz, the CEO of the lottery. And if you have any questions for me, because we're talking about the lottery, I'm happy to answer them.
Committee questions, Vice Chairman Newsom.
So I would have a question. Is my assessment that scratch tickets would cannibalize the sales of traditional lottery tickets in your estimation?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, we haven't been advocating, but we've been ready to develop scratch tickets anytime we were told to do so. We don't lobby for games or, try to push things. We want to stay aligned with the legislature and the governor's office and what the people want. But scratch games are tremendously popular. We get asked for them all the time. And I wouldn't recommend them if they would cannibalize other games. Game cannibalization is something that lottery directors and CEOs have to watch very carefully. We meet about it a lot. We've got mathematicians and actuaries who help us look at these things. And the way that scratch tickets play is completely different than other traditional products. And especially 4 or 5 scratch tickets, we wouldn't have any cannibalization issues. Our biggest concern of the lottery is keeping pace with the other forms of gaming that are coming in and the need to continue to compete with those games. Scratch products the reason we love it when we hear we can develop scratch is, number one, we want to give people more entertainment value, and that's the number one thing they ask us for, and the one thing they still go to other states for. Number two, we think it's a good revenue producer to add to the lottery, and it creates entertainment value, as I mentioned, and it won't cannibalize the other games. But of course, we'll do what we're told to do.
Thank you, Mr. Klontz. Senator Landon.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Director Clontz, are you able to track for us? I would assume that you would be able to track the scratch tickets. You could track if that has indeed preyed on the other games. Can you speak to that? I mean, can you provide us with the information that we would need if this were to go through in some?
Madam Chair, Senator. Yeah, yes, sir. We've got a really good tracking system. We know every product, the time it's sold, when it's sold, where it's sold, every individual ticket. We do a lot of market surveys and we do a lot of research, data analytics. So we would know if a game was being cannibalized. We'd know areas that are selling more and areas that are selling less. A couple more games and we're going to have a full portfolio. In fact, once we put Keno in, we're not going to have any more room for the traditional product games as they compare to the existing games because we want to avoid cannibalization and we have the population to deal with. But we can certainly track all that data and we look at it all the time because we have to be careful. And once we round out the portfolio and we're full, that's what we look at over the years. And every 5 to 7 years, a lottery may have to pull a game or add a multiplier or change a game, either due to cannibalization or just game burnout. That usually doesn't happen with the big jackpot games, but it can happen with other games. So we're constantly keeping an eye on those things for many reasons. And we can assess the data and pull the data and print the data, talk about the data and all of that.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a couple of questions also kind of relating. We have quite a few tickets that we sell, lottery tickets on our side of the state from a lot of folks from the west of us, quite frankly. And it's really helped our cities and towns, quite frankly. And it's been a good boost for them. Some of them have been able to, give raises to some of their police officers, different things like that. So it's been good. But I have had some vendors on our side that say that some of those same folks that are coming from the west are asking about scratch tickets. And they come in, they buy their lottery tickets, but then they say, why don't you have scratch tickets? We're going to go to that state northwest if you guys, and I don't know that they would or they wouldn't, because we offer some things in Wyoming that other state doesn't. But it's interesting that some of the vendors have asked me about it, and I said it would be on our agenda. I'm interested in knowing also if there was some data to prove one way or the other, because I certainly really love the idea of giving our outdoor rec folks some extra revenue to deal with, because I think, with tourism being the number 2 thing in our state in terms of revenue, and it's such a big deal. I kind of hate to see us throw it out the window, but that's just my thoughts. What do you think about that?
Madam Chair, Senator Schuler, we're always looking for ideas to add revenue. For us at the lottery, the board and I, where the money goes is y'all's decisions, not our decision. We just want to make it so there's something to decide over. But in doing that, we have to have games that people want and that fit in and all of those things. And in the market research that we have done in the past, some 74% of citizens said that they want it. That's a pretty high number on a survey. But that's true. For example, there were a couple of stores as you cross the Greeley border into Colorado that sold lottery products and did heavy foot traffic. Back when we first started, one of those closed down because we stole so much business from them. And one of the mandates to me was keep the money in Wyoming. The other one is still open largely due to its ability to sell scratch tickets, and we don't. So people still go there as one example to get those products. And so it's a matter of, the money we're leaving on the table in terms of other states still drawing a certain percentage of customers over there. Just like we rely heavily, Uinta County is the most profitable county. A lot of that's due to great players out there and people coming from Utah. So that cross-state traffic is always important. And it's something the new Mississippi lottery is learning from Alabama. And if Alabama does start a lottery, it'll largely be because of that. So it's an important issue.
Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate a little time being spent on this. So if we were to adopt scratch tickets, for example, Director, can you give us some idea in things you've read, things you've heard from other states, what percentage of the play is that as compared with all the other games that are offered, for example? What would you expect to be generated out of those scratch tickets? Out of the 100%, maybe you could give us a percentage of what you think might be generated.
Yes, sir. Madam Chair, Senator Landon, we've done a lot of this research. This isn't the first time we've been asked to develop a scratch plan, and it may change year to year, but slightly. And the upside of scratch products is they're extremely popular. You can change them up. You can do seasonal stuff. They have great entertainment value. That keeps players coming back, and they may pick up another lottery product or another product at the retailer. So there's a lot of good things. One of the not so great things is print costs. We'd have to conduct an RFP for a print vendor. Print costs are extraordinarily high, and that cuts into the profit margins. However, we think that in Wyoming, we're always going to battle the population issue in our state. One niche is maybe 500,000 people. And when you take the amount of people who are over 18, we don't even have one niche. So we look at micro niches. And one of the things we look at is, how much we think of those people who can play, what's the percentage who will play. So having said all that, we think we can generate in net transfer to the state between 700,000 and $1 million. It doesn't seem like a lot of money, but once you pay the winners, because we have to have lots of winners, and you pay the gaming vendor and so on, and we would only have 4 or 5 tickets because of the population issue. Unlike a state like Oregon, where I used to run the Oregon lottery and you have 40 scratch tickets or 50 scratch tickets, we would have 4 to 5 to start. We might see that we could fit a little more in there, maybe a little less. those are the estimates we got back. I think they're fairly conservative. I think we do a little better than 1 million. But being that it's so new to Wyoming, it would be a completely new introduction. But I'm confident it would do 700,000 a year in net profit. And that's the way we've had to build the lottery. Every little bit helps, a little bit from this game, a little bit from that game. But on the flip side, we'll never have a 15, 16 product gaming portfolio. We just don't have enough people.
So, Madam Chairman, how much then of the entire 100% of the money that we take in on the Wyoming lottery, for example, would be scratch tickets? 10% of all that is spent?
Madam Chair and Senator Landon, I'm not sure I can answer that today, but I can get you that answer. I'd want to give you an accurate answer. You mean like this percentage comes from Powerball, 20% goes, I can get you that answer, or at least our estimate of that percentage.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
Further testimony? No, he just went right by the table. Oh, you're coming. Okay. You faked us out.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Raymond here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Round is going to document that I'm going to reference a couple of times in my testimony. First off, I'm not here to suggest that we're opposed to this piece of legislation because I've not presented it to my members, but I think at least in its current form, it's highly likely that we would be opposed to it. And I wanted to just give you a couple of reasons why and show some of that. So, Madam Chairwoman, on the front side of the document that has Wyoming lottery revenue, and this comes from a document that we put together for counties trying to estimate revenue for the upcoming fiscal year. I've included some background information from a county perspective, but what is most important for my testimony here is the bottom half, which shows how this funding is distributed. And just as some background, when the lottery came into being, the revenue was dedicated to local governments. There was a $6 million cap. And if we ever reached that point, then there would be a tip into the education side of the equation. At some point, and I don't know precisely, you all removed that cap. So all existing revenue and without changes, all future revenue will be distributed to local governments. And this has become an important piece of a newer and growing piece of revenue for local governments, one of the few that fits into that category. What I wanted to suggest is that we've been excited for at some point in the future that scratch games would be added to the equation because of the potential for quite a bit of additional sales, which obviously would generate additional revenue into local governments. So from that perspective, trying to carve off and move funding into other places certainly comes at some frustration for my members. Now, the other part of the equation that dictates perhaps our opposition is the potential for the new game to not cannibalize games, but rather to cannibalize, at least initially, some of the funding that would otherwise go to local governments in order to stand up that new game. It costs something to produce these new games, and we need a mechanism to protect local governments if we're going to do that and direct the money elsewhere. To kind of give you some sense of illustrating that, I just ask you to turn that page over to the backside. In 2019, you all made some legislative changes primarily to address administrative issues within the Wyoming Lottery Corporation. We supported that because those changes were necessary to make the Lottery Corporation more effective, but we knew that would come at a cost. And if you look at the bottom line totals, particularly for fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20, you see that in fact, we did see that reduction. Roughly $900,000 dollars less went to local governments because of those changes. Now, our hope is that that will mean the revenues grow at a higher rate in the future, but at least in that one fiscal year, we took a hit. And so our concerns, I think, are valid relative to the potential hit of adding this new game and again, directing it towards some other entity other than the local governments that would traditionally benefit from that. So if you're going to move forward with the bill, and I'm not here to suggest you shouldn't, we would ask that there is some sort of a protection against the local governments or perhaps a payback to the local governments that help to fund that stand up. And I'm certain that the Wyoming Lottery Corporation has ideas on how to do that. I'm also concerned, just changing from sort of the revenue stream that, and this is something that I brought up to you in Du Bois, that there's nothing in the legislation that suggests this should support local efforts. I hear one concern amongst my members that are participating in the outdoor recreation collaboratives, it's that none of them, that, you know, once they get to ideas, there's really no funding to do that. And I know that's what you're trying to address here, but the bill doesn't necessarily say that that money needs to go out to local communities. It could, in fact, as I read it, be maintained for administration entirely here in Cheyenne in order to do the things that the department does well. And so if you're going to move forward, we would ask that there be some sort of language that helps to incentivize them or require the department to push that out. Now, I know that the current administration would want to do that and wants to do that, but I want the assurance that that indeed is going to happen if this moves forward. So, Madam Chairwoman, I know you're behind. I'm not going to get into this much further. I'm happy to continue working with this. There are ideas perhaps of doing it and allowing for revenue shares or allowing the money to go to local government and then dictating that they put it out. But we can get into those as you want. And I'm happy to continue working with the representatives that are interested in moving this forward.
Thank you, Director Reeman. Yes.
Madam
Representative
Chair.
Knapp.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just had a comment as well. Just speaking as a former county commissioner. You know, the food sales tax exemption that went away was replaced by direct distribution. And that was something that the legislators said, in place of this, you know, we know this is going away. This is a mainstream of revenue for you. We'll replace it with direct distribution. And then in my short time here, I've seen several bills that have come up to either reduce that distribution drastically or eliminate it. So when it comes to gaming, I would like to see the body take an approach where the revenue is for a reason. And we don't divvy it up here and we don't divvy it up here because that kind of gets lost in the mix. I think if we concentrate on gaming as a matter of policy and say gaming is for education revenue or gaming is for local distribution revenue, I think it's a much easier sell on the floor, and it's actually much easier sell for the communities as well. So I'd like to see that in the future, that if we do continue to add to gaming, that it becomes for specific purposes, and that those purposes are unchanging. So that's just my comment for the committee.
Okay, thank you. Committee, questions for Mr. Yes. Representative
So,
Sweeney.
thank you, Madam Chairman. So to be clear, on the bill, if instead of saying outdoor recreation, it said how the lottery basically distributes now, county commissioners would be 100% on board with the whole concept.
Dr. Reedman?
Madam Chairman, I want to make sure I understood the question correct. If it was simply a straight up add scratch tickets, would we be supportive? Is that the question?
Yes.
Madam Chairwoman, I believe we would.
Okay. Thank you, Director Raymond. Appreciate your comments and the handout. Further public testimony. Oh, Senator Landon has a question before you depart.
Madam Chairman, just a final thought, and I really appreciate the good representative's comments. I remember, boy, was it a battle. When some of you might remember that battle. We really didn't think that too should go to education. And those of us who battled to get it to the counties and municipalities, that was a pretty successful effort, but it wasn't without quite a bit of blood on the floor, I'll tell you. But I do want to just throw this out, and whether or not we go forward with this bill or not, everything that we talked about during this interim doing in terms of state parks and cultural resources and the potential of development of trails, all of this is going to benefit our local governments. And I think sometimes that may get lost in the conversation. So if we're investing in our outdoor recreation piece, the direct recipients of that are going to be our local governments. So I just don't want to forget that, whether we go forward with this or not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Raymond. Come on down.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Mark Larson with the Wyoming Petroleum Marketers Association. I did send out an email to you all on Friday stating our position, and we have not changed in the years that this has been on the table. We would submit that if we've been waiting for over 4 years to get Keno. We've been promised time and again, Keno's coming. We understand there's some things that need to be done to get there, but we've been waiting for Keno for 4 years. If you want to earmark, and I understand that's an ugly term sometimes in Wyoming, perhaps we should look at Keno. If you really want to get to an instant gratification scenario, and let me give a little history to Representative Knapp and Senator Landon, that you're absolutely right. The lottery bill would not have passed if scratch tickets were in it. And the three of us, including Mr. Mosier, who's in the room, and one who has retired, who worked that bill, we don't believe that that's changed. So when you look at how close you're going to get to scratch tickets in a Keno environment, every 7 to 8 minutes, they will be having a Keno drawing in the number of hours that the Keno or the lottery is open. Every 7 to 8 minutes. That's as close to instant gratification as we think that we ought to get. The petroleum marketers recognize that there's 45 states now that have scratch tickets, and I think 48 different jurisdictions. There's 15 states that have Keno. So if we're going to have a draw, if you want to have an attraction to limit that scratch ticket across the state line, Keno's your horse. And we've been waiting again. With all due respect to Director Klontz, he has a board to answer to too. I understand that. So we're suggesting that Keno should be first before you even consider scratch tickets. Now, in terms of operations, and having been a petroleum marketer for 40 years and owning truck stops for 25 of those years, I will tell you that they were a blight on the business. You have the buy, scratch, redeem, scratch, the customer hanging around playing scratch tickets over and over and over again. It's a drain on productivity. And for any business owner, if you see that happening to your cashiers, you will know that 6% commission just ain't cutting it. So we have been told, and in other states, not just this state, that they will provide scratch platforms and scratch tables, and so you can go get them away from your fuel desk or your cashier. The problem is, folks, that takes counter space. That's valuable. Counter space is valuable. You have the floor space is valuable. And so here again, and I'm not getting small here, I hope. The amount of revenue that we're getting from the scratch ticket for the benefit of collecting it for the state is just not sufficient for dedicating that kind of space for yet another gambling game in Wyoming. And that's the third thing that the marketers were saying. How many gambling games are we going to have in this state? When you look at now we have sports betting, now we're going to have Keno pretty soon, and we've endorsed that. We have lottery jackpot games, and those are significantly better in terms of scratch ticket because of the fact that we generate the ticket, we hand it to them and take the payment, and that's it. In scratch tickets, especially in a COVID environment, you're constantly giving these things back and forth, and it's never ending. And in the email that I sent to you all, there was the Federal Reserve of Boston did a little snippet on who really is going to be the players of these scratch games. And it's an instant gratification. There's a history behind it. And I think that's why when the legislature passed the lottery in 2013, they definitely wanted the component in there. There's going to be contribution to addictive gambling. Well, if you think that there was never an opportunity for addictive gambling, this is it. So with that, Madam Chair, members of the committee, we support getting money to the outdoor recreation. I've been listening all summer. I hear it. I know the case. It's there. It's definitely there. But we don't believe this is the horse to get us there.
Okay.
So with that, Madam Chair, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Questions for Mr. Larson?
Thank you,
sir,
committee.
and appreciate your time and your letter too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further public testimony? What about our virtual person? Did they ever get their problems worked out?
Madam Chairman, we received clarification that they actually wanted to speak on the gaming commission topic.
Oh, okay, very good. All right. So it appears we have exhausted our public testimony. So committee, what's your pleasure? Representative Sweeney.
I'd like to work the bill.
So would you like to move the bill?
I'd like to move the bill.
Okay, it's been moved by Representative Sweeney. Do I have a second? I have a second by Schuler. So we will work the bill. So Mr. Brody, are you prepared to walk us through this puppy?
So Madam Chairman, John Brody, Legislative Service Office. In broad strokes, what this bill does is essentially create an account within the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources. Into that account are going to be the 75% of revenues attributable to scratch ticket games. Those will be deposited for appropriation by the legislature. And it'll be for the specific reason for which the account is created. So if you go to page 2 of the bill, line 12, it says that basically the funds in the account will be appropriated by the legislature to quote, promote, improve, and administer access to Wyoming's outdoor recreation areas, resources, and facilities, and to further enhance outdoor recreation opportunities in the state. So that is the charge of the account. That is sort of the sideboards within which the Department of State Parks would administer the monies that would be appropriated by the legislature. I'd bring your attention to the staff comment. Currently, Wyoming statute has a defined phrase of outdoor recreation areas and facilities. That term is defined beginning on line 25 of the bill and sort of specifies kind of the outdoor recreation world that the department operates within when it comes to that phrase. So as part of your policy consideration of this bill, part of that I would recommend include what are the purposes for which you want the account money to be used for. You could be more specific than what's in the bill. You could be broader than what's in the bill. Certainly that's your prerogative, but it's something to take into consideration. Moving into page 3, this is where we jump into Title IX and go into the lottery statutes. What we're doing here is essentially where the statutes currently say that scratch ticket games or instant win games are not going to be allowed. We're making it clear that scratch ticket games will be allowed. So as you go through the bill, many of the changes are just changing that phrasing to include that now lottery games are going to include scratch-off ticket games for the purposes of this bill. So that is on page 3, goes into page 4. And then beginning on line 14, page 4, this is going to be the disposition of the proceeds related to lottery games. So currently, 75% of the lottery proceeds are deposited into the lottery account. This would basically, scratch ticket games would effectively mirror that process. So they would have to be accounted for separately, but 75% would go into the lottery account. And then at least, this is on page 5, line 6, at least once per fiscal year, the net proceeds attributable to scratch ticket games would then be deposited into that new outdoor recreation office account that I spoke to at the outset of my comments. Certainly, there are numerous ways the legislature and this committee can determine how proceeds should be deposited into that account, whether it's biannually, whether it's annually, whether it's in a more frequent way. There can be tip over mechanisms. There can be all sorts of ways that you want to deal with this issue. But from a 30,000 foot perspective, that's basically what the bill does. At our last committee meeting, you may recall that the Lottery Corporation indicated it would take about 10 months to get scratch ticket games up and running. So if you go to page 6, we just have a number of non-codified sections that essentially outline that process to allow for the tickets to be effectively go into market on January 1st of 2023, or as soon thereafter as the Lottery Corporation can make that rollout occur. So pages, again, 6 and 7's blank. So page 6 just provides that process and the flexibility that the corporation would need in order to roll out the games. Other than that, that's pretty much the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So within the confines of the bill, do you believe there's a way that we could prescribe what state parks could do with these funds, that they'd have to work with cities, towns, counties as to a proportionate share? I think it's, my opinion is, I totally agree with Senator Landon that they will see the benefits of this but if you divide it up, Edgerton might get $5 out of this if you were going on a proportionate share. So would that department, would we do that here in this bill versus state parks would do that with their own rules?
Madam Chairman, Representative Sweeney, in large part, that's a policy call, how prescriptive you would like the bill to be and how the money can be expended. It's certainly the prerogative of this committee, of the legislature, to dictate the terms under which public money will be spent. Now, whether or not you allow for the executive branch through their rulemaking process and just their administrative function to accomplish that sort of the spending of the proceeds attributable to scratch games, that's kind of a call that you'll have to make. But this bill certainly could be as prescriptive or wide open as you deem appropriate.
Thank you.
Committee, further questions? Yes, Senator Schuler.
Maybe. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the question I had is, I guess exactly that. Could you amend this later on to maybe make a portion of it go to the city and the town if there was a project? I was just thinking, we have a really great bike trail through our city. But because the city doesn't have the funds to extend it further, we have a great place, we could extend it, but didn't have really the funds to do that. I'm just trying to think if there's any way that it could be amended so that a portion could go to a city for a project through the auspices of the outdoor rec program. I'm not sure exactly how to even put that out there, but is that kind of what you're saying, Mr. Brody?
Madam Chairman, certainly, if if it was the body's will to move forward and the legislature put this into law, certainly you could revisit how the funds are expended in the program itself or create an entirely new program. I would remind the committee, at least for those that were on the committee here for the past number of years, there was a bill to create a trust fund for the outdoor recreation division. And part of that trust fund was the funding of local grants for outdoor recreation projects. So certainly that idea has come before the committee, and it could be part of this bill or another bill, but it's certainly been raised.
Vice Chairman Newsom.
I had a question on the stand-up costs of one of these, of a scratch ticket program. And if this bill goes forward, I would like to see an amendment that would address where that money comes from, and that it does not impact the cities and the counties, that it maybe comes as an appropriation that's paid back as funds come in. Would that be a possibility?
Madam Chairman, Representative Newsom, that's, I think, certainly a possibility. In conversations with the Wyoming Lottery Corporation, and perhaps they'd like to comment, I don't want to speak for them, but it was my understanding that perhaps the economic burden on the counties may not be necessary. But I guess to your question, certainly there could be a provision inserted in the bill where the counties are made whole before the proceeds from scratch tickets are dispersed into the outdoor recreation office account.
Further questions, committee? Okay, so are there any amendments? Does anybody with some of the ideas that you've kicked around, would anybody like to try to amend this at this time in terms of where the funds would go? Or are you fine with the bill as it's drafted? Representative Sweeney.
So I do have, it's probably not proper, but I'm curious if a retail operation, a convenience store, doesn't want to monkey with scratch tickets, can they opt out of scratch tickets?
Mr. Klontz, could you please come back up to, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm John Klontz, the CEO of the Wyoming Lottery, and Representative Sweeney. With all our games, if a retailer doesn't want to sell them, they can opt out of a game. They can opt out of selling lottery products. People don't have to sell or buy lottery products. So if someone said, I don't want to sell your scratch tickets, that we could certainly put a provision in there that allows them not to do that.
Ma'am, yes, thank you, Madam Chairman, but specifically, they do want to sell the lottery, but they don't want to take up the space, the time, their clerk time. They could opt out of scratch tickets specifically and still sell lottery.
Madam Chair, Representative, I certainly think we could absolutely do that and wouldn't have a problem with that. And I understand space at convenience stores especially is a premium. Space is always a concern. That's why the gaming vendors are constantly remodeling their Photon and other machines to make them skinnier and skinnier, because counter space is important. The large percentage of retailers that I speak to, and I've visited many in the state, I just got done with a large tour talking to them personally, they want the scratch tickets. There are some who don't. Some because of personal or religious reasons don't want gaming at all. Others because of counter space. So certainly we're not going to say, we're going to take all our products out if you don't want to sell scratch tickets. So they could sell Powerball, they could sell Mega Millions, they could sell the other games, but opt out of selling scratch products.
So one more follow-up.
Okay.
So, Madam Chairman, what I didn't hear is, do we have to put that in this bill or allow basically the lottery board? I don't want to see a retailer penalized because they
Never do
didn't
that.
take the scratch ticket.
Mr.
So
Klontz, do we need to be prescriptive in the bill to your?
We have contracts with each one of these individual contracts. They're all the same, but we would put it in the language of the contract. I mean,
Okay.
obviously, you know, if I did that or not, I'd be kind of stupid for me not to do it after I told you I would. And I have no reason that I wouldn't want to do that. We don't want to alienate retailers. So no problem.
And presently, that's how it's written with regard to lottery. That transaction or that agreement is done via contract. It's not prescriptive in statute.
Madam Chair, that's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Vice Chairman Newsom and then Senator Landon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I have a question back to the stand-up costs of the scratch tickets. How much do you, or have you estimated that is, or have you done that sort of a calculation? And also, how long do you think it would take to pay those costs back?
Madam Chair, Representative Newsom. So first of all, when we started the lottery, we took a loan from the bank. We didn't take money from the government. We had to pay that loan bank with interest. So we did that. And then in the beginning years, there was a debate with the auditors and others about, well, we have to have a reserve account. We have to have operational costs. We have to pay winners, all these buckets. So the amount that goes back in standard lottery land and the lottery industry, like any other business, the business has to run and plan for contingencies. For example, when we launched Cowboy Draw, the percentage, the risk of it hitting 3 times in a row was astronomical. And guess what? It got hit 3 times in a row. We didn't have the reserve money dollars there to pay it. So we scrambled and we found a way to pay it. But we have to have a reserve fund for emergencies. We also have to have a reserve fund for new game development costs and for things like multi-state lottery jurisdiction requirements. Whenever the Powerball board, for example, votes to change the game, Megaball Consortium, if the majority vote to change it, our options are you either go along with that new rule or you stop selling the game. Well, it would be not smart for us to not sell one of our top producing games. So every time they do that, it's $300,000 or $400,000. We have that reserve, and that's where we pull the money from so that we can operate like a business. So we've gotten in a position now where when we launch every new game, regardless of where the money goes, the startup costs have to come from somewhere. And, you know, we don't magically produce them. So we either take a loan out for that money, which we've never done except the original loan. We pay through it through operational dollars as money comes in, or we pull from money we've set aside in anticipation of new games in the reserve. Now, as you're starting a lottery over the first 10 years and the portfolio is not full yet, a smart CEO is going to anticipate the games that are coming and be mindful of it and put money away in that reserve for that. So because of doing that, to start Keno and to start a scratch products, now we would ask the gaming vendor to kick in on this too, because they have, you know, they get a percentage of it and they do that. So they would help us with this, but we would pull money from the reserve account where we could, what we could, and we would pull money from operational dollars. But we're not permitted by law to go down below the 75% that's in statute now. So we have always contributed 100+% of that, what the law says. The law says 75% must be, and we've always hit that number. And so we would continue to hit that number. And the only money that would be used would be money that's in excess of that number. So in terms of the statute, it would not take money from anywhere where it's distributed in terms of the amount the law says we have to distribute. Does that make sense? So starting a new game is something lotteries do, and we've done many times successfully at our lottery. So this is just another opportunity to do that. And again, to stay competitive, every place we put Keno, we're going to have to compete with skills games, which are instant games. And we're going to have to compete with sports betting and other games. So we're trying to stay competitive and do our job of improving the revenue picture. At the same time, I know the lottery board, I can speak for them, does not want to alienate or get misaligned with anyone. I always viewed the Wyoming lottery as a small lottery. And if the people and the people who own it, you guys are happy with it, so are we. If you want it to expand a little, there's only a couple of directions we can go, and that's Keno and Scratch. Beyond that, we're at the point of the gaming portfolio being completed. So there shouldn't be many more opportunities where we need to put money away for new game launch, because we'll be at an end to it pretty soon. But as you're starting it up, obviously we've anticipated that and planned for that. And it's something that's routine for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last question. I know you talked about the number of scratch games and and without, being able to commit, I'm sure your board and you have kind of already admitted that as a state, as small as we are, we probably wouldn't be able to have very many of those games. And I just kind of would like to kind of have an assurance that we don't go too crazy with it if we do move this bill forward. And we kind of keep in mind, the parameters that we have as a small state and small bidding group.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair and Senator Schuler, that is something that, obviously, if you said that to me, I would do that. You could trust that, but that is something you could put in the bill. You could certainly put a cap on it. I think when we met, I said 5, maybe 6. I'm told it's maybe 4, maybe 5. But if the reason we come to that limit is population and as we're figuring out the competition with other games, I wouldn't want to put too many in there, but that's something you could certainly control in the bill, or to just know that there are good business reasons why I wouldn't want to exceed probably 5. And we would just have to take those 5 and change them up for Christmas or holidays or whatever, and get the value out of the entertainment that way. And if I may, I'll try to put together the costs of standing up the game. Generally, our new games have cost $600,000, $700,000. It depends on the game. Scratch tickets will probably be somewhere in there, maybe a little lower, depending on the print cost. But I'll try to get the answer to that question and get it back to you, Representative. A lot of it will depend on that print RFP, but I can get you a ballpark cost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions, comments, committee? Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, thank you. This is not for the director. It's simply, regarding the bill. And I do think the staff comment, bottom of page 2, is relevant. And I think that probably belongs right after line 15. But as I sit here today, I'm in a little bit of a debilitated state. I don't have any language. And I just wonder if it's a little difficult to do that on the fly. And it might be that we could lean on our Department of Outdoor Parks and Cultural Resources to come up with some language that we might consider if this bill moves forward. The other thought that I had was we could take the vote on this bill and include language on an amendment like that if we moved it over to our second day of this meeting.
Chairman Ellis.
Madam Co-Chair, we have a motion. I think we're working the bill. How about this? I'd move on page 2, line 15, starting a new sentence. It would read, funds from this account shall be used to support outdoor recreation areas and facilities. And that's language taken from the staff comment. You'll see that term's defined. So it's really simple.
Okay.
Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman.
Mr. Brody, sorry.
No, that's fine. I would just recommend that being on line 10 is where it currently diverts that funding. So I think the intent of the amendment perhaps is to get rid of that current language and just adopt how current statute operates and use this idea of quote outdoor recreation areas and facilities.
Thank you. I would agree with that. Maybe line 10, funds in this account shall be expended by the Department of Parks and Cultural Resources on appropriation by the legislature to be used to support outdoor recreation. It's the same thing, isn't it, John?
Well, yeah, more or less. I guess I didn't want the language to be perhaps duplicative. So we'd want to get rid of some of the language in there. I think it may be excessive. Certainly the will of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, or Madam Co-Chair, I would just withdraw my motion. I think that's somewhat sufficient. The existing language, funds in the account shall be expended by the Department of State Parks to improve, administer access to Wyoming's outdoor recreation areas, resources and facilities, and to further enhance outdoor recreation opportunities in the state.
Time's up.
Sorry.
Okay.
Madam-
So you've
Madam-
withdrawn your motion and the second. And did you have a comment?
Yes. So is the problem basically the word of administration, administer, that instead of money going towards administration, money going towards projects?
Good question. Senator Landon.
I just had a thought to maybe answer the representative's question. For me, I thought that rather than promoting and administering, which is what we do now, I think the concern was also expressed, I believe, by Mr. Riemann in public testimony, that how are we assured that if we do develop these funds, how are we assuring ourselves that it's going to get out there on the ground and out throughout the state? And that's why I thought we have time to work on that. You know, if this bill were to move forward, we continue to work this bill. And our department may have some thoughts as we go along to, you know, how do we get them this funding, first of all, and then second of all, how do we make sure that it's used to the fullest extent?
Unless you'd like to make a motion right now. Okay. Yes, Vice Chairman Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take another stab at an amendment. Okay, here, we'll see what happens. I think up on page 2, line 12, where it says we started to put in there to be used. I think we could still do that and just put to be used to support outdoor recreation areas and facilities and scratch the rest of it. Does that sound better? Or worse? I don't know.
Which line were you?
So funds in the account shall be expended by the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources upon appropriation by the legislature to be used, and then skip down to support outdoor recreation areas and facilities. That part on the bottom part there that the staff commented on.
Okay.
Is that better or worse? I don't know. I'm trying to simplify it. I may have complicated it. And then scratch everything else after that.
Director Westby, would you mind coming to the table? I know that outdoor.
I'm not a wordsmith either. Is it better?
If you're understanding Senator Schuler's motion, which would be to kind of drill down how the funds would be expended. Do you have some thoughts on that?
Chairman Flitner, Senator Schuler, I guess all that I could make out in the cheat sheets back here is appropriation by the legislature to be used to support outdoor recreation areas and facilities, period, or in local government. Okay. All of that makes sense. I think what Mr. Brody was trying to get at is that there is definition of outdoor recreation areas and facilities, and we just need to make sure that we're not overlapping into other definitions. But since this is in 9, it's probably outside of section 36. So.
And Co-Chair, just a comment. I think the check on this is these have to be appropriated by the legislature. I don't think, I mean, that's, I think, where the check is, that the dollars are being spent on the ground and not just for administration is. I mean, you tell me if you have a different read on our appropriators, but I think that's the check right there.
Yeah. So then, do you want to withdraw your motion or do you want to continue with your motion?
Sorry, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
If the director's comfortable with that, I would like to continue to keep that amendment there.
Madam Chairman, Senator Schuler, absolutely. I think it's clean.
Okay. So there's a motion on the table. Everybody clear on how it would read then?
Second.
Yes. Thank you. All right, all those in favor show by raising your hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, we're back on the bill. Any further amendments? Do I hear a question being called?
Should I make my last comment, request it now or after?
No, go ahead, Mr. Clance.
Thank you for allowing me. Just one final thing, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I just wanted to address the question of the transfer and the ups and downs. One of the, the less games we have, the less there is that we have to manage. So it's always more work to put more games in. But most lotteries have a balanced portfolio. What we have primarily, all of our heavy producing games are jackpot reliant games. And so it's hard to predict revenue when that goes up to 500 million or $1 billion. That spike goes way, way up. And then when it goes back down to 20 or 40 million, it goes way, way down. If we can put games in that don't rely on jackpots, we have a much better opportunity to predict revenue and therefore project everything else. When everything in your product portfolio is influenced by the ups and downs of the jackpot, therefore so is the rest of the business to some degree. So these games would help us in terms of being able to predict revenue better. We'll always have that jackpot spike, but not with these games, and they'd be larger producing games. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clance. Appreciate it.
Madam Co-Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Clance. Thank you. This is a little off topic, so pardon my indulgence. Madam Co-Chair, just two quick questions. Are people, employees and members of your board that work for the lottery, are you allowed to play lottery games, or do you have a prohibition that prevents any commission or your board and your staff from playing
Madam
these
Chair
games?
and Senator Ellis, that if you work for the lottery, you cannot play a lottery game. So the rule, and employees sign this affidavit, if you will, the board members cannot, the employees cannot, and even members of their household. So if they have either a blood relative or someone who's living in their household, even if they're not a relative, if they live under their roof, they cannot purchase lottery tickets.
And Mr. Clance, a follow-up, what about members of your board
Members of the board cannot purchase
and
lottery
their
tickets.
family as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I'm going to urge caution on this one. I think we heard the producers and they've waited 4 years for Keno to come along. And it just feels like that this one is not fully vetted, not fully ready to go. And 4 years is a long time for them to wait for something. And it just seems like throwing something in at the last minute might do some harm that we don't want to intend.
Okay, thank you. Representative Knapp.
Madam Chair, I'd just make the comment too that, and we had some questions about it, are the appropriations going to go to the proper place? Is the money going to go where it's intended? And I think that's the whole key to this is if Keno was brought forward by the Department of Transportation to buy equipment, would we be thinking of that? I think we get caught in the microcosm of what committee we're on. I commend the department for looking for sources of revenue. But in all aspects of our gaming, that revenue needs to come into the state and the state legislature needs to appropriate that money. And that's the danger of this, is each department coming up with a source of revenue and wanting that to go directly to the department. And so that's the caution that I would have.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, one final comment again.
Okay.
And members of the committee. So as far as game launch, just so you know, Keno is supposed to launch in August of next year. And over the last 4 years, it's not that we couldn't or we just sat on it. There were some really good operational market research and other reasons that we decided to wait on Keno. It was best for the business and for the revenue transactions. Now that we're in a place where we're ready and the legislature also changed and we felt it got more support, we'll launch that next August. The scratch ticket bill, I think, says next January. But from a lottery perspective, we can launch things whenever you say to launch them. If you didn't want a product to launch first, you just tell us that and we'll do that. And I'm not advocating that. I just want to make the point that if you told me this is the date we want something, that's the date we'll do it. As long as I have enough time, but if you wanted more time, that's well within our power to do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Senator Landon.
Real quick, Madam Chairman, I appreciate my good friends who just spoke, and I get it. This has been around a long time, and scratch tickets have too. I mean, we've known about them forever, and it is. I can remember during that conversation that I alluded to during that debate when this all came about, and we managed to get the funding going to our local governments. It was stated at the time that it wasn't going to generate anything. Well, now look at it. Now, hands off because that's ours. And that's a good problem to have. The representative asked if transportation came forward and wanted us to look at whatever. I hope we always would. I always want to be open to looking at whatever idea comes to us. And I get it. I mean, it's one that we could easily not pass out of the committee, and it may not. But I've been compelled during this interim, being a newcomer to this committee, to try to come forward with something that elevates the conversation about our outdoor activities out there. And lacking this instrument, I'm just not sure we're taking anything forward. And so I really commend the department for at least suggesting this. And for that reason, I'll probably support at least taking it forward to the next step.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate
Thank you.
that. Further comments from the committee? All right. Carla, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman. Senator Peru, excused. Senator Landon. Senator Salzar.
No.
Senator Schuler. Representative Banks.
Aye.
Representative Haroldson.
No.
Representative Williams. Representative Jennings.
No.
Representative Nat.
No.
Representative Newsom.
Aye.
Representative Sweeney.
Aye.
Representative Winter.
No.
Chairwoman Senator Ellis.
Aye.
Chairwoman Representative Flitner.
No.
You have one excused, 6 noes, 7 yes.
7 ayes, so it does pass. All right. So again, my apologies, committee, for getting off schedule, and also to everybody who was here. We will take a 1-hour lunch break if that suits everybody. And we'll be back in at 2:30.